Okay. All right, I'm going to get started. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole. It's 9 o'clock, and we will proceed. Chris, is my mic on? Can everybody hear?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Very nice. The consent calendar is Tuesday, November 10th, 2020. We had one public comment that was sent in, and at this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar. Is there a second? Second. So motion was made, approved by Mr. Sudduth, second by Mr. Meek. I was going to say Mr. Rogers, but Mr. Roger Meek. And anyone have any questions? At this time, all in favor, please address by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the motion carries. The instructional section, I will now turn this over for Ms. Grayson to chair. Ms. Grayson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 2.01, block schedule for high schools. Dr. Royster.
Thank you, Ms. Grayson. Good morning. We put this on the agenda at the request of Mr. Lewis to provide further information regarding moving consistency across the district to a block schedule and how that impacts students, teachers, schools. There is one correction I need to make in the presentation. Mr. Reimer actually will be doing this presentation as opposed to Mr. McCoy. This consensus to move to a standardized schedule arose from the group of high school principals. Now, I think one factor that's contributed to that is there's probably been greater collaboration between and amongst principals during this period where we've been dealing with the coronavirus than probably at any other time in the history of the district. That's principals at all levels, but particularly within each level, as they've helped us work through what solutions we can identify and develop for dealing with the virus. And so I think what grew out of that was a desire to further that collaboration. And the principals, and when I say principals, it's not just the high school principals, the career center directors and the fine arts center director. I think they began to realize there was tremendous value in the ability to further that collaboration down the road by being on the same schedule. And I'm going to let them, through Mr. Reimer, explain why they believe that is the move that we need to make district-wide, and the reasons that they believe that one of the two, and schools are on various schedules throughout the country, but the reason they believe that one of the two that we have been generally on in Greenville County, which is a 7-period day, or the block, the semester block, why they believe that one of those is superior to the other. Basically, there's a 6-period day. Very few people run that anymore because it leaves no room for error, i.e. you got to have 24 units to graduate in South Carolina. It leaves very little room in the course of a regular school year to take a makeup credit, so to speak. So most schools run a 7-period day, a semester block, an AB, which is the same as a semester block, but the classes rotate every other day. So you're actually taking 8 classes at one time. Or they run some hybrid variation of those last two, some mix of a block and a 7-period day. The other thing that we know about high school schedules is there is no measured academic achievement attainment that relates to one schedule above the other. Among any of those schedules, there's no research that supports that one increases student achievement as measured by standardized test. In fact, the only study that ever touched on any sort of difference was one done in Canada about 25 or 30 years ago, and it found a slight difference in student performance in mathematics. And it's never been replicated in any other study. And I believe that's currently still the case based on what Mr. McCoy and Dr. McCreary have shared with me as kind of updates to the last time I looked at the advantages of one schedule over another. So, Mr. Reimer, I'll turn it over to you, and you can share with him the process, the advantages of being on a schedule and the perceived advantages of being on the block schedule.
Thank you, Dr. Royster, and good morning. I'm excited to be here this morning to update you all on what I think is a very important and beneficial move for our district. I would mention before I start that the high school principals, the Career Center directors, and Mr. Popat from the Fine Arts Center are all here on site with 2 exceptions. Some of them, of course, are in the boardroom with you. The others are right around the corner listening on Zoom, so they would be available. There's 2 exceptions. Mr. Skipper at Hillcrest had a family emergency, a funeral to attend, and Mr. Mayfield is at home on Zoom. So he's listening, but and available, I would imagine, but on Zoom. So Dr. Royster stole a little bit of the thunder, but I will go through the presentation, which I believe that you all have. And he mentioned that the differences in the schedules. And so I wanted to touch on that very briefly to make sure that everyone understood when we use the word block or traditional, what we're speaking to. Block schedules, we have students take 4 semester-long classes, semester being obviously from the start of the year till sometime soon after winter break when we reach the halfway point of the year. And they have the opportunity to earn up to 8 credits per year within the schedule. And block classes are approximately 90 minutes, and that varies slightly due to scheduling and lunches and those type things at each school. On a traditional schedule, students take 7 year-long classes. So from August to June, they had the opportunity to earn up to 7 credits per year in the building. And those classes are approximately 50 minutes in length. And Dr. Royster also mentioned that you often hear when people refer to the block schedule, you hear them refer to the block AB schedule. And what that is that students are taking 8 classes per year, but they're doing them on a block scheduling format, but those would meet on an A day and a B day. So for instance, 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th period would meet on A day for 90 minutes in a block format, and then on a B day, 2nd, 4th, 6th, and 8th. So students are taking on a AB block schedule would be taking 8 classes at one time, which would actually be one more class at a time than our traditional schools do at 7. So that's kind of the explanation, if you will, of those schedules. This slide shows the current scheduling structure that we have in our high schools today. And you can see the 8 high schools that are currently on a traditional schedule, and each of these high schools would and will change their schedule from traditional to block starting with the 2021-2022 school year. We have 5 schools that are currently on block, and you can see those 5 there. Obviously, there's no change for these schools. They're already doing this, and I think each of these schools have been doing it since I've been in the district, since 2008. So those schools would just continue with what they're doing. We had 2 schools that are on somewhat of a hybrid. It's both Carolina and Early College, and you can see some of the integrated courses are year-long. The others are block. So it's not a huge change for those 2 schools. And then, of course, Fountain Inn High School, which comes online in the fall of 2021, this August, had not yet finalized the schedule. We've been working through various schedules, but there was no finalization of that prior to these conversations. Dr. Royster touched on a few of these, but what led us to this decision at this time? And I've been in the district, as I said, since 2008, and I can recall on 2 circumstances. One, when I was a middle school principal at Greer, because Mr. Waters at the time was at the high school, and we had some conversations about it. And then once when I was principal at Malden, about trying to get us all to be on the same schedule, whichever schedule that would be. And in both of those occasions, although I wasn't as intimately involved in the conversations when I was at the middle school, but when I was at Malden, I do recall the conversations, and it didn't get very far. There was just too much there was unwillingness to change. All the block schools wanted to stay block. All the traditional schools wanted to stay traditional. So both times that I've been a part of this, there just haven't made any movement on that. But it comes up often throughout the year because we have students in our district that move during the year and are negatively impacted because they are coming from a traditional school to a block or a block to a traditional. And either way, it can be punitive and is punitive to our students. So we have a system in place where a student has to make a choice about transporting themselves once they've moved to remain at the school they're at, or if they need bus transportation, they have to go ahead and change schools. And in some cases, that caused a negative impact on their credits. Now, that same issue arises with students transferring into our district as well. But as we discussed when we brought this up, we felt like we first needed to take care of the students we have in our district as they move, and then work outward. And we have some other options for students who would move into our district on a traditional schedule. If we go 100% block, there's some options with alternative education, Dr. McDavid and Kathy Greer's department to assist those students. There are pros and cons to each schedule, as Dr. Royster mentioned, so I'm not going to get any more into that. There is no schedule from which research shows is better than one or the other, which is why you see across the nation, across this state, and of course in our own district, multiple schedules being run. If one were better than another, everyone would obviously gravitate to that one. One thing that is really ramped up the need for us to consider this consolidation is that the report card focus on not only graduation rate, which it has been for many years, as you all know, but now with college and career readiness, there is a very, very high proportion of the rating that comes from those two areas for our schools. And we believe, and the principals believed, that being on the same schedule, and particularly the block schedule, allows us additional opportunities in both of those areas to improve our graduation rates as well as the college and career readiness component. Obviously, considering the changes that have taken place over the last 7 months, school leadership teams have collaborated as they have not in the past. Dr. Royster touched on this, since March, since the first week of March or second week of March when we went home, high school principals, career center directors, Mr. Popat, have met weekly to collaborate on the myriad of challenges that we faced with COVID. And this has created some obviously better relationships, tighter relationships, more conversation, but also some of the things that we thought were really important 7 months ago are no longer that important. And I think we all can understand that in all of our lives. So this increased collaboration led to, in one of these meetings, for us to begin conversations about moving to the same schedule. So the fire, so to speak, or the spark was lit again, this time for the third time since I've been in the district, but this time it gained traction pretty quickly with our principals. So how did we get to block over traditional? As Dr. Royster said, and I reiterated, there is no right or wrong answer here as far as academic achievement. There are some other reasons for which we believe are important for the decision to be blocked, but from an academic achievement reason, there really is no best schedule. But even prior to COVID, we've been hearing, as I'm sure you all have been hearing, the increased concerns over the social and emotional well-being of not only our students, but our staff. And that has obviously not gotten any better, and many would probably say has gotten worse during the pandemic. But these conversations were happening over the social emotional well-being of our students and staff even before the pandemic hit. So because of all of this, it's become very obvious where we could potentially simplify and reduce. That's a good thing. We felt like having less classes, which we'll talk about in just a moment, for our students would be a good thing for their social and emotional well-being. Less classes at one time. Same with our teachers. So the block schedule reduces both teacher and student course loads at one time, which is what we think is a very big part of the decision. And I'd kind of flip it around. Once we decided that we felt like being on one schedule was the right thing to do for the myriad of reasons why it has always been the right thing to do in our district, we just haven't been able to do it. The block schools who you saw on the screen earlier, if we were to go to traditional, those students and those teachers would have extra put on them at one time. So a student who has currently been at Blue Ridge High School and has had 4 classes for the first 3 years of their school for their high school experience, next year would go from 4 to 7. So the idea of increasing anything on any student, and again with teachers, traditionally there's extra preps when it comes to a traditional schedule as opposed to a block, and certainly there are more students on traditional schedule at one time than a block. Adding to them, in other words, having the block schools go to traditional and adding to that just didn't seem like a very good move considering all of the social emotional pieces to this. One of the benefits of also including the Career Center directors, fine arts, Mr. Williams and Bradley Wingate, was that we realized that our decisions at the high school sometimes were having a negative impact on our career centers and our fine arts center. So their input into that helped us understand in some cases how one career center had schools that were coming to them from different schedules, how that reduced student instructional time in those buildings. And in some cases limited the opportunities of students to take those courses in those buildings, which I'll touch on in just a moment. So once we decided that we all needed to go on to the same schedule, it was best for our staff, our students, and our district. And once we decided that that one schedule should be blocked, we wanted to go back into the buildings to see, are we missing something as principals, as district leadership, as academics department? Are we missing something as a reason to not choose the block schedule over traditional for all of our schools to go to? So we developed some talking points, and traditional schools went back into their buildings, met with teacher leaders and then their entire staff over a 2-week period of time to give us pros and cons and concerns about moving from traditional to block. Once each individual school submitted those pros, cons, and concerns, we summarized that into one district level document. So we took each school and we put it all onto one document. We then sent that summary document back to the schools, to every teacher, every staff member, school PTSAs, school improvement councils, and student councils, so that each of those stakeholders could look at that document and say, is this inclusive of the pros, cons, and concerns about moving to a block schedule? And they were able to provide that feedback. And in some cases, we added to that document. So here is the summary of that document, starting first with the students and the benefits of moving to a block schedule for a student. Students can earn 8 credits in 1 year instead of 7 in 1 year in class. That's a big deal to our students who, for two groups of students. Number one, students who struggle and need remediation, which we understand there's going to be more students that are going to need more remediation due to the situation that we're in right now, but also for our students who want to take more classes or a variety of other classes and not have to choose between, let's say, taking band or taking an ESOL support class, which was those choices were having to be made at sometimes by our students on a 7-period day. The additional class offers more flexibility for the students. But fewer classes at one time is really one of the biggest keys of the block. So a student who is on a block only has 4 classes at one time, 4 different teachers at one time. So, and unless they just get terribly unlucky on a schedule, and usually when that happens, counselors correct it, they usually only have 2 core classes at one time. The idea is to try to balance that. So a freshman may have their algebra and English class first semester along with PE and computer apps. And it's not taking anything away from PE or computer apps, but the stress load of extra work in those classes are much different than that of a math class. Semester classes minimize course fatigue of students. I think we all can relate to that, even as adults, having something in one semester as opposed to having that class the entire year. If you don't like that class or it's not your favorite class in the world, you only have it for a semester as opposed to the entire year. It does mirror college scheduling better, which makes our dual credit opportunities much greater. There's more course offerings available to students. We now have extra sections from which we can offer to our students. So the opportunity to expand remediation classes, to expand AP, dual credit, and IB classes at every school is now a big factor in that. And so students would have more choice. Additional time in selective class that may be double blocked for an entire year. If we have a student that comes to us in 9th grade that needs math remediation, we can now give them year-long math, first semester and second semester, for 90 minutes instead of 50 minutes. And that's a big game changer. The same with AP classes or IB classes that might need to be double blocked so they can be in the entire year. We have that option. Principals have that option. Opportunity to recover courses in the same calendar year. If they aren't successful in a course first semester, we can place them potentially back in that course second semester. Instead of doing a credit recovery type online, we can put them back with a teacher for another 90 days and get that instruction to fill those gaps. It increases our graduation plus opportunities by providing students with more space in their schedule for apprenticeships, internships, dual credit, and cooperative learning placements. As I mentioned earlier, it's minimizing the conflicts with course opportunities at the Career Center and Fine Arts Center. One of the overriding themes of all going to the same schedule, and we've already started to do this out of necessity in some cases during the pandemic, is sharing courses and teachers. Now, if there's a particular class that's being offered at Greenville High that isn't full, but is not offered at Riverside High School, we can work, because we're all on the same schedule, we could work those students to do that class virtually and share those courses and teachers. So it basically, in theory, could allow any student, if room's available, to take any course that's offered in our district, which is a big difference than where we were just a year ago. Adjustments can be made to a student's schedule if warranted, and it provides ability for students to maximize opportunity in the course of the year or to excel. If they're strong in math, there would be nothing wrong with them taking 2 maths in 1 year. They could take geometry and algebra 2 in the same year, which would get them on a faster track for higher level classes later on in their high school career. And as most of you know, because we've talked about it before, that junior year on a traditional schedule is typically heavily laden with AP courses, almost to the detriment of the student. By allowing fast tracking to some of their strengths, you might can spread some of that out. They can get to some of those courses in their sophomore year or senior year, not have to put them all in that junior year. But it goes beyond, to be honest with you, if it just were about the student benefits, that would be enough to do this, in my opinion, and I think in our principal's opinion as well. But there's benefits for teachers as well, which kind of makes the icing on the cake. Teachers have fewer total students in their class at one time. And that, in theory, is almost half of what they have and currently on a traditional schedule. They have time and flexibility to do more engaging activities in class in the 90 minutes versus 50 minutes. Mr. McCoy in the academics department will tell you it is a huge focus for us to do more hands-on project-based learning in all of our classes, not just in the schools that have been designed for that. It's harder to do in 50 minutes because the time of transition is so quick. Longer periods allow teachers to address content in more depth. Teachers that are teaching a new prep get the opportunity to make adjustments for the second semester. So that first year teacher that's going through the entire course of a curriculum that kind of learns along the way of how to do it in best practice now gets that done by December or January. So when they start the second semester class in that same course, they've already learned all the tricks to the trade of that entire course. So it gives them the opportunity to grow as a first-year teacher in double time. In most cases, teachers will have fewer preps at one time. And preps, of course, as you know, is what they teach. Not all teachers teach the same thing every class period. Block schedule makes it easier to schedule common planning for teachers so that they can collaborate, and that kind of goes to the professional learning communities right below that to get best practices for modifying the instruction during the school year. Fewer transitions throughout the day offers more student time in the classrooms with their teacher. All teachers on the same schedule format allows more collaboration opportunities with teachers at other schools on best practices, which we touched on as a student benefit as well. And additional time is also available for AP and IB classes and or remedial classes that need to be double blocked in appropriate situations. Our district benefits kind of echo a lot of the student and teacher benefits. You have up to 32 opportunities over 4 years to earn 24 credits. It gives you more time for graduation plus courses and experiences, even if you're not successful in some of your courses early in your high school career. All high schools are on the same schedule, which allows for seamless mid-year transfers within our district, which again, as I said earlier, is a huge part to this because we had many students who lost credit simply because they moved from one school in our district to another school in our district during the same year. Students enrolling I already went through that. More efficient to provide both intervention and enrichment for students on an individual basis, with students taking only 4 classes at 90 minutes. I've already touched on the benefit to our Career Center and our Fine Arts Centers and protecting their time. Block schedule aligns more fluidly with college dual credit courses. Block schedule allows more students to meet graduation requirements during their freshman and sophomore years. Remember, they take 8 courses those 2 years so they can get 16 credits instead of 14 over those first 2 years, leaving room in their schedule for Career Center and internships in their junior and senior year, and the opportunity to share courses and or teachers virtually with other high schools now that we're all in the same schedule. Obviously, this takes support for our schools and our teachers, especially the traditional schools and their teachers. We've already begun a school counselor and administrator PLC that's responsible for master schedule to help teach and train the traditional teachers and traditional counselors and administrators on some of the tricks to master scheduling to maximize academic achievement and to know what courses might need to be double blocked and which ones don't. That PLC is led by Mr. Williams and members of the academics department, and it meets weekly. It already has had 2 meetings, and it will continue to meet. So we are supporting. We're not just going to leave these traditional schools on an island and have them figure out how to do best practice master scheduling. The high school instructional coaches have already begun a PLC to collaborate, share best practice, and coordinate professional development for our traditional teachers. That PLC is led by the academics department and Stephanie Smith, and I also attend that one. It meets weekly. It's already met 3 times, and instructional coaches are already in. Yesterday, as a matter of fact, when we were meeting, the Greer High School instructional coach Lori Robbins was up at Greer High School with Megan Yount, and they were doing classroom observations, and that IC was getting their bucket filled with an IC from a block school. And that will continue. We're also going to do a tremendous amount of professional development with teachers. We're going to set up Zoom meetings with core content or content teachers of traditional schools with those same content teachers in a block school about how do you plan, how do you transition within the 90 minutes, how do you differentiate the instruction. All of that is being put in place by this PLC of our ICs. And our high school administrative teams continue to meet weekly. We've been doing that, as I mentioned, since March. The transition to the block schedule is now a standing agenda item. And the academic department's in very early stages of having conversations about providing additional support in the summer for anyone, including our block school teachers who would just like some additional support and best practices of instruction on a block, but certainly for our traditional school teachers to get that support in the summer. And more information will be coming to our teachers on that when it's finalized. Final part of my presentation is those frequently asked questions that I'm sure many of you may have heard, our principals have heard, I've heard, academics department has heard as well. The first one, did we make this change because of COVID-19? And the answer is no. And that is the honest answer. This concern has percolated over the years. And I've had several conversations with many of you about it. So I know that it's been on your mind for several years. Does moving to one schedule assist with any potential hybrid attendance model like we're on now, if we were to have to remain on that? Well, obviously it would. If we're all on the same schedule, that makes any future situation where students need to operate inside of a hybrid much easier. Class sizes are smaller on a block schedule. We can put more students in classes percentage-wise on a block because class sizes are slightly smaller. Does moving to one schedule assist with any potential virtual school model that may be in place next year? And we do believe there will be a virtual model next year. And yes, being all on the same schedule and that schedule being blocked is a big help to that. Doesn't the block schedule create a situation where a student may have an extended period of time between consecutive courses? That is absolutely correct. That is, if you want to put it in a category, one of the cons of the block schedule. So to make it in its most simple form, you might take Spanish 1 the first semester of your freshman year, and you won't have Spanish 2 until the second semester of your sophomore year. And there's a large gap between those two times. And that's obviously more important in those courses such as math and foreign language that are consecutive, that build upon the previous course most directly. Counselors, there's a lot of tricks to that, to minimize that for our students. And that's one of the things that the block schools are helping traditional schools with. And in addition to that, if you want to flip it around, you could take both of those courses in 1 year. So a student could take Spanish 1 first semester, take Spanish 2 second semester, and get both of their Spanishes in 1 year within a school year. So if that is a concern for a parent or a student, there's a solution to that concern. Can students maintain their attention span in 90 minutes versus 50 minutes? They can't do either. 90 minutes or 50 minutes with someone lecturing to them, many of you are getting about done with me right now, all right? And we're adults. You can't teach for 50 minutes in a lecture format. We've told our teachers that for many, many, many years. So teachers on a traditional schedule are doing transfers and transitions, about every 15 to 20 minutes in best practice. So they're already doing that. They're just going to do it a little bit more in a 90-minute than they would in a 50-minute. Wouldn't student absences be more critical on a block schedule? In other words, if you're only meeting 90 days for 90 minutes, if you miss 1 day, that's kind of like missing 2 days. That's typically what we hear. And that there's some truth to that. I think you all know that where we are now, as opposed to even last year, certainly 5-10 years ago, there are going to be, and we're already doing this, and in the process for second semester, we'll be doing this in totality, having the ability for students who are at home to be able to live stream into classes. So that technology is only going to increase. So when you're out next year, whether we were on a traditional or block, you would have had the option of piping into your class to get that instruction, either live or recorded. So that technology is going to help minimize some of that for us. Will AP testing be negatively impacted since these assessments are only given in the spring? It is true that AP testing currently is only given in the spring. Now, we're hoping if there's a positive that comes out of the pandemic, there has been some chatter that College Board is considering offering a mid-year assessment, which would eliminate any of this as a con. They haven't done that yet, and I don't know that it will, okay? But you will see again that there are ways to work around that. Courses that need to be year-long can be year-long. Keep in mind that many of those AP courses are going to be in the spring anyway. Schools will schedule them into the spring. But the ones that can't be scheduled in the spring are typically ones where the gap between when you get the course and take the assessment is minimized. Teachers and schools set up workshops with those kids that took it first semester where they can get that support second semester prior to the test. And again, with technology, there would really be no reason why we couldn't set up a scenario from which a first semester student that took the AP course could not log in from time to time when they needed some support with the AP class if it's taught second semester with that teacher. So technology can help minimize some of that for us. But we would certainly be very grateful for College Board to offer 2 testing periods. That would eliminate any of that concern. Will traditional scheduled teachers have to reinvent their lessons when moving to block? The short answer is no, because those lessons have already been developed. We've got schools on a block already. So again, that's where that PLC and the collaboration between teachers comes into play. There's no reason why a traditional teacher should have to do anything. That work is done. It just needs to be adapted to that teacher's style, but they would not need to create anything from scratch. If they choose to do that, they're doing so at their own desire because the resources are already there. Well, some operational items need to be done 2 times a year. That's true. Back in the old days, when you had to give out textbooks, that was a big negative of the block. You had to take them, give them out, take them back up in January, give them out again, take them back up at the end of the year, those types of things. But we don't really give textbooks very much anymore. And all of those types of things are administrative duties and roles that have to be done. And we certainly can expect our administrative teams, if this is what's best for students, to be able to do that. Are there any negative impacts or to any student who's currently in high school on a traditional schedule that will now be on block? And the answer is no. There's no negative to it at all. In fact, again, more options are available for those students. And when will the change take place? In 2021-22 school year. So nothing changes for the second semester. That brings me to the end of the presentation. Obviously, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. And of course, the principals are here if you had any questions specific for the principals in general or for a specific school.
Thank you, Mr. Reimer. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Reimer. This is a conversation that we've been having for many years. And I think you've outlined here a number of the benefits, and certainly for students who are transferring from one school to another, the idea that they could lose half a year of class is a real challenge. And so I appreciate the principals for working towards this plan. Admittedly, the timing is a little difficult. And we've got high school teachers who have now been told there is a very slim chance they're going to return to school anytime soon, who are teaching virtually and face-to-face, who are now being told, we're going to actually shift also your entire scheduling system in the middle of this pandemic. And so, I've received a number of concerns. And so I really appreciate you guys presenting this information because it answered a lot of the questions that I had. I do have a few specific questions, and I'm unclear who to ask those questions to. So
Go ahead, Mr. Lewis. We'll try to direct them to the person best able to answer them.
Okay. So I have some questions about AP classes, and I have some questions about fine arts classes. So if we could maybe start with the AP programs, because this is the area where I don't feel like we have a real solid positive here, because there is a possibility that you could take an AP class now in the fall that you won't take the test for until the spring. And as I talk to parents, particularly parents at Mahan and in Greenville and in Malden, that it will affect their decision about whether they want their child to be in that class or not. Because the idea of having a student take a 90-minute class in the fall and then having to wait months to take the class in the spring would deter them from enrolling their student in that class. So knowing that that's one of our board priorities to see an increase in AP participation throughout the district, I would just like to hear from some of the schools that are currently offering traditional that we're moving to block about whether they think this is going to cause a decline in the number of students at their school that are participating in AP classes.
Dr. Royster, if you're okay, we have 2 traditional principals
call on
in the room.
It's best equipped to answer that.
All right. So we'll start. We have Ms. Huffman and Mr. Warren. We'll start with Ms. Huffman. If you'd like to provide some answer for that, make sure you hit your microphone.
Sure. Do you have the email I sent you yesterday with the data? Pulling that up. I will tell you a short story. Thank you for asking that. This is my 3rd year as a principal at Riverside. And the first year I arrived, I was curious about other schools that were outperforming us in the state, right? As far as test scores and AP participation and AP scores. So we put up some data and I emailed it to Mr. Reimer yesterday. Back a couple years ago, I sent a team to a couple of schools outside of the district, Wando, Chapin, and some others, and not with the intention to learn in the block schedule at the time, but just learning how there's test scores and grad rate and other things, how they were in their school. I was wanting to grab some secrets. Well, while I was learning that data, I noticed that every one of those was a block schedule. And every one of those had higher AP percentage, had higher AP scores, and it fell back to opportunity. And I believe the magic of that is in building the master schedule and how you schedule that. And so that alone in this and talking to our teachers, reaching out to schools throughout the state as well within our district, I learned some stuff as far as this does work, right? Because they are outperforming us in some of these areas, mainly because of one word, and I believe that is opportunity. And again, it comes down to the scheduling piece of it as well. And I don't know if you had that, if you wanted to show that, that's okay. But again, the grad rate was higher in a large summary of that, the participation and the AP classes. Whereas Riverside has scored higher in your math and reading skills based off the EOCs, which showed me that we've got brilliant kids and we have brilliant teachers and we got a good thing going on. I just got to find ways to get these students enrolled in these classes in addition to dual credit. So that was the foundation of my belief that started to flip me a couple years ago. Going into my 18th year, who's been in traditional schools, myself with Jalen in Malden, this was my learning curve. And we've reached out to the schools and again, having conversations with them to learn how to do that. So that brought comfort to me. Now, if the data was flipped, I might have had a different conversation for this.
Mr. Warren?
Thank you. I'll try to answer at least how we've been having the conversation at Greenville High. We have currently the highest percentage of any other high school in the district of students taking APs. This is heavy on our mind as we were planning and thinking. And I think Mr. Rummer made effective the point that on the difference between a traditional schedule and a block schedule, there's some pros and cons. I don't think there's any doubt that there will be some students at Greenville High who take an AP class in the fall and then have to wait until the spring. But from a total opportunity standpoint, currently what we have is often we have the limits of a traditional schedule where students can't get into certain AP courses because the numbers in that class have stopped. In addition, we have often students that they can't get the AP course, one of the more what I would consider a supplemental AP course, to fit into their schedule, either because they're a magnet student and their course load is already, they have extra electives that they have to take, or just the normal requirements of getting through high school in their interests that encumber their schedule. They don't have any room left. Whereas we anticipate with them being able to have 8 opportunities a year, right off the bat, we see our total number of AP students, tests given, that type of thing, will likely increase. And some of our AP classes that are currently on a borderline where we would like to offer 2 sections, but we can only offer 1, likely go into 2 sections for 2 reasons. One, because we can afford the class size difference and the current pressures that puts on our master schedule. On a block schedule, that pressure lessens. And 2, because they have the opportunity to take it. In addition, there are 4, although we offer almost every AP class you can offer, we don't offer all of them, and it's because we simply can't, with the sections, we can't make that happen, and also because of the preps it would cause the teachers to have. On the block schedule, it is possible, we're not sure yet, some of this will be on our teachers that we have, and if we feel like they're prepared and in a situation to offer these courses, and some will be on course requests, but it's possible that we'll be able to offer 5 AP classes that we currently do not, which is significant considering we offer almost every single science AP that is available. We offer several, but offer quite a heavy load, but we do think it is a possibility that we'll have 5 that we typically can't offer that we'll be able to. So while we are concerned with the idea of taking a test in the spring, there are ways to mitigate that in various classes that have already been discussed. and we're looking at those for when that situation happens. But our overall, we anticipate it to be a net positive for our school.
Okay, so Mr. Warren, I mean, you both have mentioned opportunity, and I appreciate that. And I'm just to repeat what I think I heard from you, Mr. Warren, is that we will have more opportunities for students to take more classes that are AP classes. So we should see an increase in AP opportunities that have been made available to students, which would hopefully result in an increase in participation. I guess the thing that's strange for me is when you look at the 3 or 4 schools with the highest AP participation, and even when you control for student population and you control for poverty, they're all schools that are currently on the traditional schedule. And if you look at the schools that have the lowest AP participation, even when you control for poverty, they're schools that are currently on the block schedule. And so I think I understand the concerns of the community when they say, well, wait a minute, if you look at Riverside and Greenville and Mayan, we already have the most participation of any school. And you look at these other schools that are doing block, and they have a lower participation. And I'm optimistic that you see a plan there. I guess that transitions though to the other question about fine arts participation, because that was the other group of teachers that contacted me that were the most concerned, particularly band directors and people who lead chorus and orchestra. And what they have said is that their concern is that, again, you move to this 90-minute class and they're going to see a lower participation, which in their performance evaluation would actually affect their performance evaluation if they had a lower participation. So can we talk a little bit about your vision for, are we going to see a decline in band, orchestra, and choral participation from these schools that are transitioning to block?
We should not. And let me rewind for just a second, Mr. Lewis. In terms of AP participation and such that you were mentioning, and if additional questions need to go to Dr. Grant or Mr. Ludley, those are 2 schools that are outperforming in AP participation some of their peers, so they can speak to some of that. Some of that also isn't about AP. As I said, the higher number of students a school has that needs remediation, percentage-wise, to their population, is going to devote those sections to remediate. In other words, so to your point, there may be some schools that have a lower participation in AP offerings, but those sections are being used and utilized to help students remediate. So while obviously the AP is probably one of the biggest areas of calls and concerns, and certainly understand that, and we don't want our AP scores to go down. That would not be good for us at all. But there's also more to that story when we're talking about students who need remediation. In terms of fine arts, had a conversation with Mr. Popat yesterday. Certainly, we want students to take year-round fine arts if they can fit that into their schedules. I'm going to give you a direct example of how, much like AP, I believe fine arts can expand at a school. Let's take a typical freshman on a 7-period schedule. They've got to take their 4 core classes. Foreign language is 5, PE is 6. If they need any type of services with ESOL, with special education, or if they need a year-round or 2 classes of algebra, let's say they come in with a math deficiency or reading deficiency, they will take 2 maths potentially to help close that gap, or same with reading, same with English with reading. So now they have 0 opportunity in their schedule to take band or any other art or any other course that they like, computer applications. So the 8th class in that same scenario would allow them to at least, even if they had those restrictions in that freshman year, which is typically the most restrictive year, but it's also where you build your programs, band and strings. Even though they may not be able to take it year round, they would be able to take it for a semester instead of not being able to take it at all. So there's, again, an opportunity for that. We've got schools doing early bird, where students come in before school with their chorus or band, and they get that. And we have several block schools, and I don't know if Justin or Carlos are one of those schools that do offer year-round band. And again, that is an option from which we would consider. So students could take year-round band and have it for 90 minutes a year instead of the 50 minutes. So A lot of it will depend, as it does with all elective courses, in the teachers and how they recruit into their program. Once they get kids in their program, how well they do with those students. I could not see any scenario where our best band teachers and best choral directors wouldn't expand their programs under a block as opposed to otherwise. But that's certainly something we will keep a very close eye on, Mr. Lewis.
I think one thing that, because there was a lot of information in that answer. You get schedules aligned, and I don't know that this point was specifically made. A couple of them were, but I don't know that this one was. You have schools that run blocks, and they run what they call skinnies inside the block, which basically they divide it in half, which lets them run it all year long. You can run before school, you can run after school. You'll find, I think, as Dara found when she was looking at other schools that perform well in the state, you will find schools that perform well, and it really goes back to that research. It doesn't align with the kind of schedule they have. You can go find schools that perform at a high level in the arts, in AP, and academically that are on a block. You can find them that are on a 7-period day. The things they did say about the block are true. It creates more opportunities. It creates less of a workload on students. It creates less of a workload on teachers. But you can run skinnies inside a block. You can, as Mr. Reimer also mentioned, you can double block. If you want to run band all year, they can take it for 90 minutes all year, which in essence would reduce some of the after school time that they invest in it now. And they would still be able to take six other classes, and they would still get 2 units of credit, 1 credit each semester for band. So for many of those things that people see as a stumbling block or an obstacle, there are ways around them that others have devised over the years. And we probably haven't, I don't know who they are now, but we have schools that have shifted back and forth. In the past, we have some schools that are now on the 7-period day that were at one point on the block. I don't remember exactly which ones they are.
And in fairness to our teachers, in fact, we spoke to teachers who are currently at a block school, have been at a traditional school, and it was interesting to hear their perspectives. They had the same concerns, Mr. Lewis, that you brought forward in both the arts and in AP. They had when they moved to the block, meaning they changed schools, and they all said that all of those concerns went away. When we went back to the pros and the cons, when we looked at the cons, all of those had a solution or potential solution at the school. And that, so I think in fairness to those teachers, they're rightfully concerned about the unknown. And I certainly validate that. And then that's our job. That's our principal's job. It's our instructional coach's job. And we've got to get out there to them and explain it's going to be okay. And here's what we're going to do to help support your program and your AP test scores, for lack of a better word.
Is Mr. Peak here?
Yes, he's in the other room. He sure is. Would you like him to come in?
Well, I just would like to hear the answer, particularly from Malden, since that's the school that has one of the largest fine arts programs in the district, whether they think it's going to affect those programs.
Mr. Peak, if you would come on into the boardroom, please.
And maybe while we're waiting for him, Ms. Huffman, you also have one of the larger fine arts programs in the district. So, I mean, do you anticipate there being a decline in participation in fine arts programs? I mean, you have one of the largest bands in the district, one of the largest orchestras in the district.
And all those programs are growing. At the moment, I'm referring back to how we create the master schedule. And samples like Dr. Royster said and Mr. Reimer said, we've already met with our teachers, and I know that Mr. Wingate has also spoken to them as well. So absolutely not.
Okay. Mr. Peak, we're talking a little bit about fine arts, and I've heard some great explanations for why shifting to this is not going to have a negative impact on fine arts. But your school in particular is one of them that has an incredibly large number of students who participate in fine arts, particularly in band and orchestra, and also have teachers who've contacted me to say this is going to affect my performance review. It's going to affect my ability to recruit students. So knowing that you've been working on this, can you just talk a little bit about maybe your comfort level that switching to block is not going to have a negative impact on the number of students that participate in fine arts at Malden?
Dr. Scheik, Adam Scheik, has done a great job at Malden High School with our marching band and our band program. collectively. Obviously, when you change, it can be a little bit difficult for the adults. So there's always a little bit of transition time. But he started thinking about putting together a plan and looking at other successful schools that have maintained a large participation rate and maintain a great fine arts program. And I also shared with them that I was blessed in my previous life to be a part of a band program that grew over the years, and we were a block school. So we discussed that. We've had honest conversations, and he's actually worked out a skeleton plan where we can tackle and keep the numbers where they are, keep students involved, and maintain the excellence that we've come to expect from Malden High School's fine arts programs. So although the transition is going to be challenging, but there's supports in place. We're going to obviously reaching out to other schools that have had a lot of success. That's already started and happening. Leaning upon each other in Greenville County. We're doing that already. But also looking at not just inside Greenville County, but also outside of Greenville County with successful programs. So I think the first step is accepting what we're doing, realizing the benefits outweigh the cons, so to speak. And Adam knows that. Dr. Scheich recognizes that. But just like anything, there's always you're a little scared about the transition, but that's normal. We're going to be okay. I think Mr. Reimer already said that. We're going to be okay because the expectations are already high at Malden High School, and we're going to find a way to make it successful. But we've already been talking about it. I hope I answered your question concerning that, but we've been very transparent and very understanding that this switch can be challenging, more particularly for the adults, especially if they haven't had success on a block in either the previous life or they just are focusing on the cons and not the pros.
Sure.
But the pros outweigh the cons, and we're excited about the opportunity. And we've talked about a few things, and I think they've already been mentioned, like a 0 period, skinnies, double block. There's a variety of things we're looking at to make sure we maintain high level of involvement.
Thanks. The last question I had was for Mr. Mayfield, and I think I understood that he's not home, so maybe Mr. Reimer can.
He's on Zoom.
Okay.
He should be able to hear you.
The other questions just primarily that came from Man were about children's special ed classes, and particularly students who may be students who have IEPs and general ed classes for issues around attention deficit. And so you've got to, we talked about, can a student listen for 50 minutes or 90 minutes? None of us can, but there are certain populations of students where it is physically impossible for them to be able to stay focused for 90 minutes. And JL Man has a higher percentage of those students. What have we done to address helping JL Man to be able to make that transition? Because moving from a 50-minute special ed class to a 90-minute class is going to require substantial changes to the way our teachers deliver services.
Charlie, were you able to hear that question? And I could certainly answer it if you didn't.
No, I heard it. Mr. Lewis, obviously, our process now is we have IEP meetings and the teachers and working with special ed, they write these plans for students to meet their needs. And, what's written in plan, we treat as law and we follow. So when, we're writing IEPs for a block schedule, those types of accommodations will be placed in there, and teachers are expected to follow what's in the plans. So it's just as Mr. Reimer was saying earlier, we currently have to do these types of things in a 50-minute period. You're just spreading it out over a longer period of time. And that's where, the instructional coaches, working with teachers on the strategies they use in the classroom, and special ed working with our teachers. I know I've got some training this afternoon on accommodations that that's something we're continuing to work on, trying to improve to help our students, to make sure they're being successful. But the bottom line is, for these special education students, what's written in the IEP is what we're going to do.
Like I said earlier, I mean, one, the board isn't being asked to vote on this. This was a decision made by the administration, and I don't believe the board is going to be asked to vote on this. So I think it's great that the principals are getting together and making a plan for what what best suits their school's needs. I believe that we have the leadership to implement this plan. I'm concerned about the additional anxiety it's putting on teachers during a time that's most stressful. And so I guess my one request to the administration would be to reassure our staff that the administration is going to be with them during another transition, during one of the most difficult teaching years they've ever experienced. And in particular is going to be with them to make sure that they're not somehow punished or not performing, particularly around enrollments, because we know our school counselors have enrollment criteria around getting students in AP. We know our band directors have enrollment criteria about getting percentage of the population into their fine arts programs. So making sure that they aren't somehow going to be punished because of a transition that we hope is going to work, but it may not, would just be my last request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Ms. Levent as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Grant, being on block schedule at Wade Hampton, the AP classes and the testing, whether they're taking AP first semester and then are they tested immediately after they complete the AP class, that first semester, or do they have to wait till spring?
Yeah, currently the AP assessment is given in the spring currently. We currently have a small number of classes that we offer, AP classes that we offer in the fall. I think we only have 4 classes that we offer, 4 sections that we offer in the fall. And we do that strategically because we have traditionally had great results, even if we've had those courses in the fall, they've traditionally fared pretty well in the spring. Primarily related to the talent of the teacher and the planning and the instruction and learning that takes place in that time frame. But the vast majority of our AP classes, they're scheduled in the spring, or they're double blocked, as you've heard earlier, where we have maybe a lab version of that class off in the fall and then followed up with the actual course in the spring.
Okay. All right, so then that brings me to another question. So if those students that are taking a few AP classes in the fall, how have they fared out when they have to wait another semester to take that test? And what are the comparisons between the tests that are taken in the fall, the classes taken in the fall, AP classes, and the classes taken in the spring, and then everybody's being tested on that material? How has that fared out?
I didn't bring specific data today, but overall they fare fairly well compared to their peers, both at Wade Hampton and across the state, and certainly within the district. The courses that we scheduled in the fall have been very strategic in which ones we do because of the teachers that provide the kind of instruction, and they do such a great job of meeting the standards that the carryover from the end of January or mid-January until they take that test in May have been extremely well. And so we've been very fortunate, but I think that all comes down to how the teacher plans and the instruction that they provide for them in the fall, which has been tremendous. And so my advice has been to our peers that when you're considering a fall only AP course is how you intentionally planning for instruction in that particular section or that particular semester rather.
Okay. I appreciate that. Also, is there a way that or do y'all already do this where you do right before the end of the year AP class, you do a refresher for those students that had it first semester and now are faced with taking that AP class that spring semester?
Yes, that's something we do building wide for any assessment. So even with EOCs and for getting ready for final exams, a period of time when we do offer those kind of refresher periods throughout the semester of the spring. There's also opportunities because we have the double blocked option for kids who only take it in the fall, and we offer those same courses in the spring. The teachers to have those relationships with students where they're even dropping in even throughout the semester course and dropping in and checking with students throughout the year, even before that review period that takes place in early May, end of April.
Okay, good, thank you. Ms. Hoffman, I see you nodding your head, so I'm going to call on you. I know that you're understanding exactly where I'm coming from with first semester and second semester, and y'all have a large group of students who take AP classes. And so I'm just wondering, what kinds of things are you going to implement in order to assure the students' success in both fall and spring AP class offerings?
It was still a good idea from the schools got it figured out with the AP courses. I'm just now studying all of those. We're just now meeting all those. But you saw me nodding the head about the crash course, the tutoring sessions, if you will. We did a lot of that. We do that anyway. We did it at Malden, we did it at Riverside. Weekend, Saturdays, before school, after school tutoring, refreshers for all high stakes testing. So
I want to go to Riverside. Also, I'd also like to ask how does block scheduling affect the Fine Arts Center? I know you deal with block, AB schedules, traditional, you deal with all of them. So how will this benefit the Fine Arts Center? Or will it benefit the Fine Arts Center?
Certainly. Thank you for your question. There's no negative impact whatsoever. I think we benefit from a good relationship with all of the high schools relative to scheduling. So while there may have been some issues a few years ago relative to students who couldn't come to the Fine Arts Center because of conflicts with the schedules at the high school, those have all but gone away. There is some potential to explore the possible addition of some skinny classes at the 12:30 time block, depending on how the scheduling time frame works out. Right now, we're able to offer the only advanced theater writing course that I'm aware of in Greenville at 12:30 currently, and that's accessible to Wade Hampton students for the most part because of proximity, but we also have some students coming over from Malden as well. So potentially, if everyone's on the same schedule and the timing works for safe travel of those students and they have transportation means, we may even be able to expand our curriculum a little bit during that time that has been reserved for transportation.
That would be nice, very nice. I've experienced with my two children, AB and block. And one started AB at Jail Man, and then the other was at Greenville High, started block, then went to tradition, and I thought he was going to have a breakdown because he went from 4 classes to 8 or 7. And it was very interesting, just as it's very interesting for everyone that is dealing with change now, with so much change at one time. But I'd like to see, Dr. Royster, if we do go, and we are going with block, that we keep it for a good while and not give principals the option, because that's what happened. Then you had the option. You could go traditional, you could go AB, or you could go block. And then that's when all the principals were just doing interesting things. I'll leave it.
I would say in response to that, we got, this came as a consensus recommendation from the principals. So they agreed this is what they wanted to do. They agreed that they believed this was the best schedule as opposed to a 7-period day or an AB. And they shared them with you, very good and compelling reasons.
Yes.
I won't share with you what my personal opinion is as to which schedule I would prefer, because they convinced me that this is the best schedule for our students, and I believe also for our teachers. And while it might be stressful for some to make that transition, it should remove the stress for their daily workload. Now that we have consensus, we're not going to go back to everybody goes and does their own thing. Now, within that block, if they want to put skinnies in it,
Sure.
or they want to do something before school or after school, that's fine. That's simply a variation of the same schedule.
Yes, sir.
Having everybody on the same time schedule, I don't think V went into that, but there is an advantage in moving students to the Fine Arts Center and especially to the career centers, which we've not really, Mr. Reimer talked about it in his presentation, not really been a question asked about that. There's a huge advantage to getting people on a similar time frame there and getting them the number of hours that they need to have within those courses at the Career Center. So we need to stay, to your point, we need to stay in this. The principals came with this. They said, this is the best thing for us to do. We need to do what we need to do to make it work and make it effective in every area, because we don't want to drop in any area, whether it's the arts or AP or any other area. We want to make this work, and we want to stay with this. Now that we've gotten consensus, Mr. Reimer talked about since he's been here, all this thing's been discussed back maybe 25 years. I have to go past me. This is my 16th year here. And I believe it's the first time that there was this consensus. Here's what we need to do, and let's do this. So we need to stick with it, and we don't need to be branching off to run this over here and something else over here.
I would also like if you could bring in Mr. Lucas from the Career Center, because I also want to touch on that one, if you can. And,
I have Ms. Myers in here. I can get Mr. Lucas. If you
okay, well, there you go. The only reason I was going to get JF in is because he's been on block, traditional, and Career Center. So he has experienced it all, and also coached soccer at Man with me. But with that being said, so JF, you've experienced being on block. Well, you've experienced at Man being AB, then at Greenville High block, then going to traditional Greenville High, and now you're at the Career Center. So tell me the benefits, because I know what the benefits are, but tell me the benefits that you see the block helping the Career Centers.
Right. Number one, one of our biggest issues is traveling back and forth. So with the block schedule, allow us more time in the classroom to travel. It also just provides students with more opportunities to be able to take classes, opposed to just having focused on a limited number of classes they take in high school. All of a sudden, have to take these classes in high school.
Okay. Well, I value your opinion, and I personally feel like we're preparing our students for college, because that's basically what they're going to. They go to Greenville Tech, if they go to a 4-year, wherever they go, they're going to have these classes a semester. So they're prepared. We are preparing them to move on. And so I thank you for addressing these. I thank all of you for answering my questions. And I know you're at the Career Center, so please accept my apology. But I just knew JF, and he's been in all of those different scenarios. So I thank you, and I turn it back over to Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Reimer. I'd like to, for the principals at Carolina, Berea, and TR, I wanted to hear their views on it, because I know they all three have been on the block schedule for many years.
Carolina,
Berea, and Travelers Rest. I remember one of those discussions 20 years ago about maybe canceling the TR, and Mr. Choplin was a little upset with the superintendent. Really had to dampen him down a little bit because they wanted to take the block schedule away. I know that back at that time, and Debbie, I'm sure, remembers this, they did some surveys a year or two after they were on the block schedule, and that's before any of these principals were at the school. But maybe they remember. Mr. Noel, how long have you been on the block schedule?
Berea High School has been on block schedule for a long time. There was a short period of time where they went to a 7-period day back in, I believe it was 2004, 2005. Yes. When they were allowed to go back, they immediately went right back. Our faculty and our community believes in the block schedule. This is the best opportunity for all of our students. And that's why we made that decision to immediately go back to that before I arrived there. I started out teaching on the block and then went to the 7 year a day. During that period of time, it was very difficult to adjust. Then I went back to a block schedule and back to a 7 year, and now I'm back in a block again. So I've been on both schedules for a long time. And with the situation that we're in, whether it's AP, whether it's remediation, the block schedule seems to fit our school and our community.
Okay. Do you ever recall seeing the survey that was put out to the community and the teachers and the students there in Berea about the block scheduling?
Don't remember seeing that survey, and that might have been when Mr. Roach was there.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure it was. Okay, thank you, Mike.
Can you repeat the question again, please?
Sure. How long do you know how long Travelers Rest has been on the block schedule?
This is my second year there. To be honest with you, not sure. I know at one stint they tried some skinnies about maybe 6 or 7 years ago. It wasn't successful there, but
do you know
I can't recall.
Do you know what years Mr. Choplin was there?
He was my basketball coach there, but I graduated in '95, so sometime after that.
Like around 2001 or 2002 or 3 somewhere. I remember him. He was on the block schedule. And I think Mr. Harner at the time was wanting to do away with the block schedule, and he became very irate and upset at that. And your parents and students, are they satisfied with the block schedule?
I believe so. I think it fits our community. Like Mr. Noel stated, it gives all of our students opportunities to be successful. And, ultimately, we are in the business of graduating our students. So this gives our students that needs remediation and needs some extra TLC the opportunity to achieve that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Delaney, I know that Carolina's been on it for 20 years or so on the block schedule, and I guess you've got a hybrid type situation with the traditional and the block. Can you explain that just a little bit?
Yeah, I will say that Carolina's actually been on the block for 14 years. When I started teaching that, we were on for long. So we were on a 7-part period when I started teaching while I was there. The hybrid schedule, the only thing we have hybrid right now, because we have integrated courses where you have content areas together. So in other words, we have world history, English 1, you put both of those content areas in the same room, they teach students, and they integrate their courses into the project. That's what is year long for us. So they're skinny in one period. So in Power School, we actually look like we're on an 8-period day. That's because we have skinny block period. So they're the only courses that are year long for us. That's why we're for the hybrid. Our integrated courses are year long. Everything else is 4x4.
Do the parents of students like the block scheduling, or I'm assuming most of them don't know anything different since they've been on 14 years, I guess. I remember the survey they did after, I think it was Travelers Rest and Berea had been on it, and this was that presentation in 2004 or 5, sometime or another, that the survey showed that the teachers loved it, the parents loved it, and the students loved it, and that the academics were increasing, were better. So it was a hard sell for me to even consider going away from the block scheduling. And so
I think you're right that our parents and our students really don't know on it for so long. However, I think they do like it. I think there's some good things about it. There's, of course, we've heard about the different opportunities that it allows us to have. There's kind of a start over in the middle of the year instead of having to go from August to the same student, get a break. It's kind of needed. There's a couple different things that are beneficial. The remediation part, student fails the course, get back into it, especially if they graduate. If the student fails government in a first semester, you can get them in a second semester, especially if they graduate publicly.
In a traditional setting, if they're failing the first 2 semesters in the fall, Are there any hope for them to graduate?
Traditional study?
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to answer that because I'm not working on a traditional schedule. But if someone else wants to respond to that.
Dr. Royce?
On a traditional schedule, if you're talking about the most confined example would be a senior. The only way you can recover on a traditional during your senior year is if it's an elective and you could put in a semester elective to recover and you only needed a half unit, or if you flunked one part of government econ. Most principals that run a 6-period day or a 7-period day will schedule government econ, and every section except one will be government first semester and econ second semester. And they'll run at least one, maybe two backwards. So if you fail one semester, you can get what you failed in the second semester, because that's a required course for graduation, and it happens to be a linked semester course to another semester course. Any other course, because it's year long, except through credit recovery, making up time, making up missed work, there's not a way to retake the course. So that's one of the advantages in a block. You can schedule a course second semester and get a full unit of credit. So it also makes it easier if you have a student transfer in. We talked about transfer within the district, and I think about 11% of our motion is within the district, but about 8 or 9% is from outside the district. It's much easier to take somebody that was on a year-long schedule and shift them to a block without them losing anything than the other way around.
But generally on a traditional schedule, if they're failing the first 2 semesters, they generally will have to stay in that course for the rest of the year knowing they're failing. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't want it to structure in such a way they've lost all hope at the semester. But there's some that would be in that position, and unless you can just take them out of there and put them in a semester elective, for example, there's really not much you can do with them, and then they're going to carry that failing grade because they withdrew failing.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. P. Mr. Bush.
To make me feel comforted in the fact that our principals have come to this consensus, and it was not from this is what you're going to do. and knowing that the administration and the principals are there to give all the support that they can. We've talked a lot about the Fine Arts Center. I want to talk a little bit more about the Career Center. And I know that we have really, I mean, it's been phenomenal what we've done with our Career Center classes and courses and expanding those. And I know that we were able to do that largely in part by moving many of those Career Center classes to the high schools. What, if any, effect will that have on those courses and the opportunities that those, because that's where, much the same way we build that enrollment for the Fine Arts Center, that's how we're building that enrollment for the Career Center. So how will that affect? I know Ms. Myers is here to talk, but I think all of the ones at Enery are on block scheduling. So I'm not sure, but how do we see that affecting those classes and our opportunity to build more voices in there for our Career Center?
Ms. Myers may want to speak to that, but if she has something she wants to say, then that will give Mr. Williams time to make sure that he's tuned in and paying attention, so he can respond sort of on behalf of all the career centers. I believe he's over in my conference room. Ms. Myers, did you have something you wanted to say first?
I can't speak directly to that because those programs are no longer in my building and in my feeder high schools, but I do know for certain that the enrollment went up when they moved those classes out. And there again, for my schools, especially where the health science programs were involved, the enrollment, I don't have numbers, but I know doubled or tripled because the opportunity there again was for them to be able to take those classes on the block schedule and not have the travel time with the Career Center also. But I will say, while I've got the mic, my 4 feeder schools, I'm the only Career Center that has all of my schools on the same schedule, and I'm living the dream. And I'll just tell you, and my kids are living the dream, because some of the things that have been scheduling conflicts and challenges for my cohorts at the other Career Centers, I don't deal with because my kids are pretty much on the same schedule all day, every day.
Thank you so much. I think that probably means volumes to a lot of the schools that have those concerns. That would be another one of those advantages and those pros that would definitely add to it.
Thank you, Ms. Bush, for asking that question. I appreciate the recognition of the increased enrollment due to moving some of those classes back to the high school. And that's been a key factor for us. And this will allow us, we're judged for college and career readiness on completer status. So a student getting through a 3 or a 4 unit program. And so on a block schedule, they would be able to double up. Let's take health science, for example. If they wanted to take health science 1 first semester and health science 2 second semester, and then very quickly in their sophomore or junior year, we can get them into a work-based learning program or an apprenticeship program, a CNA program, lots of different opportunities that the block schedule would afford us to continue to increase that enrollment, both at our career centers, huge advantages there, as Ms. Myers mentioned, but also in our high schools, we have CTE program.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Dr. Cristobal O'Connor.
It's funny, Debbie and Roger get to be the historians, but 22 years ago when I ran, and we're still beyond that. This issue was really upsetting within the community, and every door I knocked on, the question was, well, how do you feel about block scheduling? There was a lot of fear about what was going to happen in a change that long ago, and I've seen all these changes take place in scheduling, and I understand the superintendent's philosophy of recognizing that different communities have different ways of being successful, and having allowed administrations to choose the best thing for their individual communities. The thing that makes most sense to me about why we would be making this change at this time is things that relate to COVID and the need for consolidating around being successful on a framework, and especially the role that technology will play in being able to offer virtual opportunities, not just during COVID, but after. We've talked about the advantages that we've understood about how some people are going to want to continue to have remote learning opportunities or hybrid of those things. But I want to just hit a few of the things, Scott, in your presentation. I don't understand how it would actually mean a reduction in class size, which is very important to me. Anytime we can have fewer students in a class and more direct interaction with teachers, unless I'm missing something. You mentioned class size, but you also mentioned percentage. So maybe I'd like you to explain what you mean by that.
Sure, be happy to. Certainly noted over time your passion about class sizes, no doubt. On a block, let's take a comparison to a 7-period day. In our current structure, although there's nothing written in policy, our current traditional teachers teach 5 sections and have 2 planning periods, one for planning, one for collaboration and professional development. On a block schedule, they teach 3 classes a semester, but that's 6 classes over the course of the year. So the teacher, while their number of students they have at one time goes down on a block, they teach 3 classes first, 3 second. That gives you a 6th section. So in most simple terms, a school, Dr. Grant or one of our larger schools, or let's take a smaller school that has 60 teachers in the building, you've now on a block, if you were traditional, you now on a block have 60 extra sections to schedule throughout the year. In some cases, some of our schools would add 60 different courses potentially, which wouldn't necessarily reduce the class size, but the chances are some of those extra sections are going to go to courses that are already being taught. So if you had 10 sections of algebra in your building on a traditional, and now you've got these 60 extra sections, you may take 2 of those 60, add to algebra, and now you have 12 sections of algebra, the same number of students taking it in a smaller period of time. So the extra sections themselves are the overriding, easiest, simplest answer to reducing the class size.
And that's similar to the explanation of why you mean there are additional opportunities. It's in that same answer,
60 sections.
Basically.
Yes, ma'am.
If you looked at it purely mathematically, on a 7-period day, you get 71% teacher utilization. And on a block, you get 75% teacher utilization.
Okay.
So that's kind of the simplified mathematical terms for it. The other thing that it does, and I don't think that came out in the answer, is it reduces teacher load for the semester.
I do, yes.
And you might immediately think of some real strong examples of that if you were the English teacher assigning term papers. Even though we don't write them on those 3x5 cards anymore, I don't think, but that's a huge grading load for an English teacher. Well, this basically cuts that load in half. Now it's the same load for the whole year, but at one time it reduces it by about a half. So I think that's when you go back to some of those slides where they talk about it assists a teacher with their load. I think that's one of the real benefits of it. And you mentioned looking at schedules, and you all have a policy about scheduling, and your policy talks about operating on the same time period. It also talks about schools setting their schedules, which I think this completely aligns with because it came from the schools themselves. It also talks about having flexibility within that time period, and the way the block is presented and the way that it can be carried out provides you the opportunity, if you want to take that 4th period and split it into 2 for the whole school or part of the school, you can do that. You can set times for remediation before or after school. It has flexibility as is imagined. It just simply puts everybody on the same agreed upon framework that allows for multiple variations within that framework to meet the individual needs of a community or a school.
Okay. Could you tell me how this will affect the IB curriculum and how they feel about this change?
Sure. And Mr. Ludley, of course, can speak a little bit to that from the IB piece if Justin, I don't answer in totality. Much like the AP, some of those courses were already, for lack of a better word, even on a traditional schedule, double blocked, paired up with other courses. One of the advantages, I think, of IB, when I look at the traditional schools doing IB versus the block schools, are those extra sections. There were IB courses being offered at one time at Southside before school, even at times not built and baked into the regular schedule, just because, and many times those are smaller class sizes because not as many students take those courses, and so it's a real strain on your schedule. But I know, Justin, in some of the IB courses, they are going back to that term, Dr. Ball O'Connor, the double blocked. I know some of those are double blocked. They're also paired and run in an AB format. Is there anything you could add to what I didn't answer to that directly about IB?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Reimer. So the block schedule with the IB classes in particular actually works out really well. When I was at Southside as an assistant on the traditional, I was thinking that the traditional was better for IB. Before I became principal, I went to IB training that summer and really came out of that realizing that the block, some really good opportunities, especially with IB with block. So you got SL courses and HL courses, and the HL courses have more hours. So we meet all the hours plus on a block. And if you take it simple with the SL, which is a little bit, the hours are a little bit less. So for example, Spanish, we have SL Spanish. So they're going to take the first, or SL1, they're going to take first semester. SL2, they're going to take second semester. So it's, essentially double blocking it there. And they'll take that IB exam at the end of that year, their junior year for the SL. And that's been our best, most successful course. And then looking at the HL, it's over 2 years. So we're 4x4 block, pretty much all of our classes except.
Pardon me just a moment. Dr. Ball O'Connor, how many more questions do you have?
I need about 10 minutes.
Okay, without objection, I'll extend for 10 minutes. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. Sometimes I talk too long, so that's okay. I'll get some extra time. So on the HL, we actually do for IB history and IB science, we actually do that over 2 years, every other day, AB scheduled for 2 years with those two courses, and that's fourth period. So they'll have IB history, IB US history every other day their junior year, histories of America every other day their senior year. And on the inverse times, they'll have their either IB biology or IB physics for 2 years every other day. So that's just and then for English, they really get a lot of time. We pretty much double block for 2 years, and within that time, we'll do HL 1 and 2, IB English, as well as AP Lit and TOK. So we'll do all of that within that time. So the time works out.
Thank you for that. And that sounds like a good kind of model discussion for the kinds of changes you'll want to see in your scheduling, because the big concern of having long periods of time between one topic and the next time you see it again can be addressed with hammering that into the way courses need to be offered and scheduled to try to diminish the numbers of students who are negatively affected and increase the numbers who are able to go more deeply into their subject by virtue of this schedule. So I think really focusing intently on that scheduling is going to be important, as you have described. The other thing is, and Ms. Bush kind of said it in a different way about the quality of teaching being the most important thing in the scheduling you choose, but that is the one comment that has consistently been expressed to me over all of these years, which is that, most of us want to learn more in-depth, more hands-on, more inquiry, more collaboration. And that is what we're set up to do with the ways that we've moved. But if a teacher is not prepared for 90 minutes, it can be very painful for students who are, if you're in and out and making transition and it's a 50-minute period, it's not as noticeable as if you are in a semester class of 90 minutes and you've got a teacher who's not really equipped yet to be able to manage that 90-minute teaching block. So it isn't a matter of potential, it is a matter of exposure and experience, just like a teacher being put into an AP classroom or IB classroom who hasn't really done it before and isn't really prepared may not be able to successfully lead students there. What is the professional development effort going to be like?
And I'm glad you asked that again, because I think that's really the cornerstone of where we go from here. And I very briefly talked about it in the presentation, but both the instructional coaches, which again are already have begun weekly meetings, not about other pedagogy that they typically do as part of their job, specifically about this transition from block or from 7-period traditional to block for those schools. They've developed a Google Drive. They're providing resources, videos for those teachers. They're videoing lessons that the block teachers are teaching to visually show those traditional teachers what to do. So that group will be weekly collaborating. And then in the interim after that Monday, that meeting's on Monday, that week they're going back and they're building and supporting those teachers as they are ready to receive that support. Obviously, Mr. Lewis mentioned it as well. There's a lot of change that they've had go on this year. So we're being very purposeful about giving them the resources, storing those resources in an easy place to find it when they're ready or when they've kind of caught up on what they are right now, not overloading them, trying to walk that line. And the same things to your questions about the schedules are being done with the council. That meeting's on Fridays. And so on Fridays, every Friday now, that group is dedicated to some of the scheduling strategies that you heard Mr. Ludley refer to and Dr. Grant earlier about how to maximize the effectiveness of the schedule and, more importantly, maybe minimize the areas for which there are potential concerns. And I know we've talked a lot about AP. And again, you mentioned this earlier in one of your questions, but the AP is a huge part of this, and IB is a huge part of this. I would argue, or not argue, but I would offer that just as critical is the extra opportunities to remediate kids. We're getting more opportunities on the block as described in that schedule. And a lot of those opportunities will go to those upper classes, but there's going to be a lot of opportunities to go to helping kids who are struggling. And to me, that is as important and overriding a reason to do this during this time, especially than almost any.
Yes, I agree. That's a great opportunity. And my follow-up to that was going to be, can you just be, you and I have talked about, coming out of 8th grade, who needs the extra help? Can that be just an automatic? You're going to be double blocked in math. You're going to be double blocked in English for those who are already failing when they come out of middle school, so that we know we are going to support them the best possible way with this block scheduling.
Yep, many of those students will get both of those services, just as you said. And the beauty of that, Dr. Ball O'Connor, is not only can we give them that, but we aren't taking away something from which they're really passionate about. The idea of not giving a student PE their 9th grade year, a lot of kids probably would prefer not to have PE their 9th grade year, but that's a graduation requirement. It's a class in which they can get out and move around and stretch, and get their exercise in. So we're not making students who need remediation choose between getting that remediation that they desperately need and have shown that they need, and not taking a class for which they have a desire to take. And I think that's the powerful piece to this transition to block for those lower end kids.
Great answer. My last question is, what happens to early dismissal in the, by policy and by practice, those who are already doing block? Do you have to then attend 2 classes a day when you're a senior? But you could spread it out over So I wonder if we're going to have more people pushing ahead in this schedule, but then wanting to leave sooner, as opposed to enriching themselves more. And of course, I would opt if we were trying to enrich them more during the time we have them. But does it discourage anyone from?
Sure. And to directly answer your first part, the seniors would take 2 classes each semester and leave approximately the same time. Because remember, those classes are 90 minutes in length, so they're leaving around the same time each day.
They could not take 4 in the fall and.
I don't think we have any that do that because unless they graduate early. Now we do have some early graduations, but they must be at least 2 half the day in our school. Dr. Rusher.
Yeah, if they chose to take 4 in the fall and they don't graduate at mid-year, then they've got to take 2 in the spring. They're required to be in attendance 50% of the school day in order for us to be funded for their attendance. So we don't let them go less than 2 periods in a day.
And what our vision is, and when I say ours, I think district-wide, but certainly in the conversations that I've had with Mr. Williams, Mr. Popat, and the Career Center directors, is we see this as an opportunity for those, not only the additional potential AP courses for those kids, to want them to stay, because now, as you heard Mr. Warren say, he's going to be able to potentially offer 5 new classes at Greenville over time. If those classes are good and those teachers are doing what they should do, that kids will want to sign up for that. Same with the Career Center and Fine Arts Center, where it gives the flexibility of those students to embrace those programs even more. So I put that back on Ms. Myers, our career centers, and myself working with Mr. Williams to make those programs so advantageous for kids that they will not want to take if they have that in their schedule. Their expectation is that we would have to turn them away. That's really the goal. And we have so many students now that can't do it because of scheduling conflicts, or they don't want to miss out on an opportunity at their home school to take a particular course. And because of that, they choose not to go to a career center. That probably happens more than just about anything that we have happen. So
would we expect dual enrollment to go down, Dr. Oyster, based on not having the compatible schedules anymore? No? Okay. Okay. Thank you for the presentation and for your answers. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. O'Connor. I'm going to extend for 1 minute just so that I can take the time to thank the principals for taking time out of their busy days to come up here and explain it to us, because I think there is a lot of, as Mr. Lewis said, anxiety around change, particularly now. And, it's reassuring to me that there is consensus among the principals at this time. I had one child go from traditional to block and the other one go from block to traditional, and it was very confusing. I've never really understood why we didn't all have the same schedule throughout the district. So I appreciate you guys working together. I'm glad to see that there's some consensus building. I did have one comment from Ms. Wells, however. A couple of years ago, the policy committee adopted policy IED, which says schools must have scheduling flexibility within the school day. And while the current administration wants to go to block, that may not always be the case. So at some point in the future, the board is going to have to address that policy. That's all. Thank you very much. And let's see. I got to get back to where we were. Oh, did you want to excuse the principals before we go on?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'll have a great day.
Eager to go back to school.
Thank you.
And we have 2 more that are coming in. So.
All right. Item 202, International Baccalaureate Elementary Programs.
That's Mr. McCoy, and he's on his way.
Okay. Sorry, Jeff. I didn't realize you weren't in the room. You're up.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Just so to get it on the floor, I make a motion to eliminate the IB Primary Years Program at Chandler Creek and Heritage Elementary Schools based on staff and community input.
I have a motion, second, and a second. Mr. McCoy.
Thank you all. As you can see, I brought with us today Ms. Hester from Heritage Elementary and Ms. Mills from Chandler Creek and Ms. Lewis, who supervises those particular two schools today for the presentation. So as to kind of set this up a little bit, we are requesting, as Mr. Meeks mentioned, the permission for the two schools, these two primary years program schools, to leave the IB organization. We have 4 total elementary schools. The other 2 are Sarah Collins and Fork Shoals. When we started this process 2 years ago, we did due diligence on all 4 schools. Sarah Collins and Fork Shoals is still interested in remaining where they are with the IB organization. So this is about 2 years worth of work. And certainly the principals can speak to specifically what they've done with their faculty, their staff, and their community with this. But I'm going to give you an overview. And for some reason, Nancy, my computer won't respond to the advancing here. Thank you. Is that the first? Yeah, okay. So just a couple of the reasons for the IB, specifically for Heritage and for Chandler Creek. Principals initiated this request on behalf of their community. As Dr. Ball O'Connor just mentioned briefly in the last presentation, community needs change. Sometimes populations change and circumstances change in communities that cause them to seek a different solution or a different focus that's more aligned to their changing communities' needs and interests. Both of them can speak to how their communities have changed over time, and they both have changed significantly over time. Chandler Creek is focused on capturing kids' hearts, what they implemented, which was a response from the community. Ms. Mills and I talked about that this morning, and she can speak to that again. And as you all know, Capturing Kids' Hearts is an SEL program, a social emotional learning program. And that was something that was identified by the faculty and the community. Heritage Elementary will continue to their identity to work, their focus to work. Sorry, there's an echo there and I can't, coming back. We'll continue their focus on identifying a focus, work on their finding a focus there once that approval is met. I've met with their SIC, I've met with Heather and her faculty a few times. They're very eager to get that process started as well over the next few years. They've not completed the process yet due to their intense but very successful focus on increasing academic performance up there. And we'll talk about that in a second. We're very proud of both of these principals and their faculties and schools on the academic achievement. Many of you will remember that the last couple of years. We've highlighted both of those schools in the last few years because of their very high gains in their test scores. Faculty do invest a significant amount of time in meeting the IB requirements. There are lesson plan formats. There are additional requirements, particularly when visits are coming up this intensive to get ready, a lot of paperwork and things that they need to produce as evidence. And so that does distract sometimes or take away from sometimes planning those more strategic academic interventions. Both of them can speak to the fact that really the benefit of how they saw those high test score growth over the years was those academic interventions each of those principals put in place, and the teachers implemented with fidelity. I mean, they did an amazing job, the teachers in both schools, buying into this, recognizing the need, and moving forward. We will continue to work with both of those schools. We're very proud to work with all of the schools in the district. Ms. Hester and her staff have been amazing to work with in the focus school process. They have embraced every step of that process, and their gains certainly have reflected that. Ms. Mills is not a focus school process, but with her amazing instructional leadership up there, Chandler Creek, the year before Heritage, saw the highest test growth in some of the test scores in the district. And so she and her instructional team have done an amazing job refocusing the academic priorities there. So the community input, school faculty and each principal had asked the district, that came requested through me, that to reconsider the IB status of both those schools. Needed for them because of the need to focus on the core academics. When I met with the SIC and the teachers there, several of the teachers mentioned that the need to focus heavily on those academic interventions and the planning for interventions for their children individually. The principal and teacher leaders met or from the faculty met with the SICs late fall, early spring, and the 2018-19 school year. Again, this goes back for a minute. COVID derailed just a little bit some of our kind of progress in bringing this forward. I met with the academics from academics, met with the SICs and the principals in late fall, early spring of 2018-19. I met with both of their SICs during the day and their faculty representatives to hear their input. Both SICs in this case were full support and continue to be in full support of leading the IB program in order to increase the academic achievement. What I can say to both communities that I was impressed with from the SIC is both of them had a high focus on academics. They both recognized the need for academics to improve and specifically mentioned, I remember at Chandler Creek, reading and math at the time, and same with Heritage. So that's my community, is where I live. And so both of them recognize the SICs that there needed to be a more heavy focus to increase those academic gains. And we did deploy surveys. We deployed surveys, you'll see here in a second, in 2019 to families. We deployed the PTA and other school events to maximize opportunities. I was at one of Jane's open houses, had a great turnout there where she was able to talk about where we were moving, as well as Heather's faculty meetings in several places. So we have lots of input as well in person. We did also deploy a more detailed survey last spring. This was deployed right before COVID kind of shut us down. And so we did have some, we still got some good input from the teachers I'm going to share, the community rather, I'm going to share with you. I will say between the delay a little bit from the first survey to the second survey, you all may mention this because I mentioned it in here when we did the last IB presentation. We had a little hiccup with IB primary years program where they had some leadership changes. And they actually put some heavy requirements on IB that we did not know that we could actually meet with any of our PYP programs. Specifically, they were dictating to us how we do gifted and talented, which was against state law, basically, that for funding. We would have lost funding if we moved to the model that IB was telling us we had to move to. And the other was related arts training. Both the schools, all four of the schools have related arts teachers that may only attend 0.2 days a week or 0.3 days a week at that school. So at Heather School, for example. And IB was requiring us, we train those teachers, even the 0.2s. And so we had some issues with that because of money investment in that and those related arts teachers because their 0.2s change frequently in there. So we were, after about 7 months, able to work that out finally with IB. On that. And so once we did that, then we were able to keep Sarah Collins and Fork Shoals in play as they are and move forward with Chandler Creek and Heritage. So this was the first survey that we did that I mentioned back in 2019 from Chandler Creek. As a parent, would you support leading the IB program? And you can kind of see the 78.8% yes and the 21% no. Again, I will say that Ms. Mills had many, many conversations in person with PTAs, SICs, all of that prior to the survey going out, and actually deployed the survey, I believe the first one at the open house that I attended to the families. Same Chandler Creek here as well. We talked about the Capturing Kids Heart Showcase School, which builds relationships where they be in support of continuing that work to make sure the community was still focused on the SEL part of the Capturing Kids Heart, which they resoundingly were, the 93.9% yes, the 6% no. And then with Heritage, again, the 2019 survey, very similar to Chandler Creek's, would you support leaving the IB PYP to focus heavily on the SC college and career ready standards? 71% said yes to that. And again, after many, many conversations. So in 2020, the spring, we did release a new survey. We asked a few more questions on that survey. You can kind of see the results. I tried to put them on the same page so you can see them side by side. But the philosophy and practices of the IB program are evident in the students' learning. You can see where those results fall. Again, some of that, if you will recall, and I will bring attention towards the end of the presentation. There's a big banner on the back of the wall there, right behind Mr. Chamley. The Building a Better Graduate poster. A lot of the IB tenants, as many of the teachers mentioned at both Chandler Creek and Heritage, that many of the tenants from the Building a Better Graduate are the same as the IB program's tenants. And so we're going to make a comparison for that for you. So obviously back in the early 2000s, I think Dr. O'Connor, we implemented IB, that Profile South Carolina graduate did not exist. Obviously our Building a Better Graduate's based on the South Carolina graduate one. I can tell my children are benefiting from the IB program. Again, you can see the yes is just around a third, right under a third for Chandler Creek and right about a third for Heritage. the conversations that I had with the open house at Chandler Creek, Jane has a fairly transitional population up there. And so again, I think it speaks to our work with the profile of the South Carolina graduate. Many of those parents didn't see a difference coming from a school to the IB school at Chandler Creek because those tenants were being taught in other schools as well, which is very similar to the IB tenants that we'll talk about in a second. And then of all the education options my school offers, the IB program is one of the best compared to others. Again, you can see the yeses there were about 23%, almost equal in both schools, 23 and 22%. So, one more there. My family is committed to the IEB years program. That's similar to the one we asked in 2019. So again, you can see just around a third at Chandler Creek and just slightly over a third at Heritage. And the yellow there, I think you can read that. The yellow there is strongly disagree. And then the dark blue on the right there is do not know. And so the outcomes of this work that we did, both schools had to shift their focus to core academics due to falling test scores. They had to do that several years ago. We talked about that with Ms. Mills, had shifted first, had that next year, some great test score gains. I was there for celebration, doing some work when they did the celebration with her school. And so the teachers, again, that goes directly to the teachers' work in that school with the students. And this resulted in a lack of emphasis of the IB program because of our need to focus heavily on the academic and the academic strategies. That takes professional development, that takes intensive planning from the teachers, that takes knowing your kids, looking at data individually. It was a fairly big ask. It is always for teachers. It was a fairly big ask to retrain, so to speak, and both of these principals did an amazing job retraining staff and our staff committing to this. As I mentioned, Chandler Creek saw the highest test score increase in the district in the first year of the refocus effort. There were double-digit gains in Chandler Creek based on their refocusing efforts that year. And then Heritage, again, very proud for them to be a focus school with us in academics. They experienced high test score increases, and they were the only school in the state that year to improve their four report card rating. So they went from, I believe it was unsatisfactory, all the way up to the highest rating on the report card staff. So that was the only school in the state successful to do that. So just as I mentioned before, kind of the crosswalk, the Building a Better Graduate poster that you see behind you, and the profile of the South Carolina graduate has many more attributes on it than what you see on the left with the IB tenant. So I didn't put them all on there. Academics did a crosswalk. On the orange there is the profile of South Carolina graduate and which one it corresponds to on the IB learner profile. And so you can kind of see what those look like as you go down. And again, if you look at the Building a Better Graduate, you'll see many other interpersonal skills that are on that we believe as a state and as a district were also important for students to have that we enforce in our schools, This is the full Greenville County graduation plus that you can see that we've adapted and also used the profile of the South Carolina graduate broken up into those three big areas. As you'll notice that SEL is also a big part of that in some of those skills that South Carolina and both Greenville feel is important to our kids to have before they go out into the workforce. So this is just the overall, the whole profile from some of the things that we're missing maybe from the crosswalk with IB. So the next steps, this is not just with these two schools. We want to continue to emphasize the profile of the South Carolina graduate. I think those parents I spoke to at Miss Mills School who talked about transitioning into Chandler Creek, who talked about the fact they didn't really see a big difference in what was being taught, is a testament to the fact that all of our schools are implementing the profile of the South Carolina graduate. Those same skills are being taught across all of our schools, and we're getting better and better at that each day. We would still identify the characteristics of IB that should continue. That was something Ms. Hester's staff asked, would we look at what was successful, what worked? Absolutely, they've already done that. Integrated that, again, the majority of those, 90-some% already correspond to the Building a Better Graduate. With that, the big one with IB, of course, is that world global view. And of course, with the South Carolina profile of the graduate and our Building a Better Graduate, both of those have a global emphasis on it because we recognize our kids are going to be in a global world, either remotely on Zoom or Google Meet, or actually in the real life global world. And then completing the process of identifying a focus area, that would be at Heritage, that we would work with Ms. Hester and her community and her staff to identify what they may want to focus on going forward. Certainly they're still focusing on academic growth. They have done, again, an amazing job at that, continue to do an amazing job at focusing on those things that work for students to see that test score growth. But we will work with them to identify a focus as well. And so I think we're at that point that we're at some questions. I will ask if Ms. Hester or Ms. Mills want to add anything or to speak to the work that they did at their schools.
Thank you for allowing us to be here today. I would just like to add that our focus on core academics has been a true game changer for us. I am a firm believer in the tenets of IB. I've worked at Northwest Middle and Greer Middle as they were going through the authorization process. So I've been kind of with the IB program ever since it's been in Greenville County. However, when South Carolina changed their standards in the profile of the graduate, and we realized it wasn't really unique anymore. It really was just good, sound pedagogy. And when we stopped trying to be focused on trying to do two things well, and really focused on good, solid core instruction, it was a game changer for our students. And if we are going to be student-centered in our schools, we need to really think about what do they need. And the sound core instruction was exactly what they needed. And you see that when we went from unsatisfactory to excellent. It was the work that the teachers put in. It was the belief that the parents and the community had in us that we can change that narrative and our students are excellent, and they can be. I will say that even with the pandemic, when we did the TE21 benchmark last winter before we closed, we were on track to have double-digit gains a second year in a row in ELA and math with that sound focus. And when we came back from the pandemic, our school, which normally was scoring towards the bottom, we were 9th out of 51 elementary schools with third graders being below grade level in reading coming into the school year. So even during the closure, our teachers were working with the kids and using sound pedagogy. And we want to continue to strive for excellence and just having that singular focus on core instruction and sound academic practices, I think will continue to keep taking us to that next level. So thank you for listening and thinking about this.
I think Heather said it really well, but Mrs. Mills, thank you so much for letting me come and speak with you today. I will say you've always got to be looking at the pulse beat of your community, whether it's your students, your parents. Greer is rooted in a strong tradition. There's really not much change in the overall community. However, in my school and in the school that I serve, we have transitioned to federal funds twice in an 8-year period. We became a federally funded school in my 3rd year there. We lost federal funds and now we have them back again in 2020. What does that mean? That means you have to look at an ever-changing demographic. You have to look at the needs of the whole child. You have to see, are they being fed? Are they being served academically? Are their parents having the needs that they meet? I think IB supports that in its global vision, but I think South Carolina College and Career Standards do support that as well. And so when we started these conversations, which were really in the year of Greenville County Schools going back through accreditation with SACS, what came out was a new vision and a new mission for our school. Our students now, all the students in the school can say that twice a day. They stand up every day and say, I am a leader, I am a learner, I am a caring citizen, and I can strengthen our community. That's come about from changing our focus to the whole child and looking at core academic, but also looking at community outreach. We are a school that was a finalist for the Riley Award and actually received the award for parent excellence last year with the work we've done in the community supporting the food bank and summer feeding. And this was pre-COVID. This was before we did all of the grants to feed children in our neighborhood. But in the midst of all of that and focusing on the whole child and focusing on relationships versus focusing on the units of study in the IB, which have their valor and are really good. By doing that whole child component, we've seen a change. We also were able to really focus in on what did it mean to understand a standard, to take a standard, to unpack it, and to see how we teach it to children. So when you are dealing with children that may not have outside exposure, especially those that live in poverty, you've got to show them many, many experiences. So by taking our standards and becoming better at them, which Heather was describing in our core academic focus, we've been able to let our children really understand what it means to do this math problem, what it means to use the area model, what it means to really go extensive in the standards, and really become better at subject area. Just a unified focus, changing from capturing kids' hearts and really supporting the college and career standards has proved to be more fruitful for our neighborhood. I do not know what the changes are going to be over time in Greer with our demographic, but I will say that we are a large school. We've gone as high as 1,030. Right now, even in the midst of the hybrid model, with virtual combined with the brick and mortar, we are a school of 915. We do have actually a fairly high amount wanting to come back to the brick and mortar because we have quite a relational building. And I think all of that has occurred just from redefining our focus, which really started with that reaccreditation and started with the transition of our school going to federal funds in 2017.
Just in case you were asking, the federal funds, as Jane's referring to, is the Title I school.
Thank you. And thank you both for being here, and congratulations on your good work. Ms. Goodwin Caldwell.
Good morning. I have some questions. Jeff, how many PYP programs do we have in the district?
With these two, it's 4 total. So Fork Shoals and Sarah Collins are the other 2.
Is there a price tag that goes along with that, with us being in that
there
program?
Is, yes.
What is that price tag?
I have to get that for you, Ms. Caller, and it's there's a entry fee each year that you have to pay for that. The one that's a little bit more volatile is the training. The training dollars they have to be trained in IB, and so obviously that depends on how many staff you lose and gain each year as far as how much you have to spend on training. Doesn't have to be done the first year, so we do space that out based on the budget we have.
Is that yearly?
I'm sorry.
Yearly fee?
Yes. The enrollment fee in the IB is yearly. The training we do almost every year, unless the staff has had no turnover, which is never happens. We spend training dollars each year as well. Yes, and then any other staff, for example, in the IB programs, they're required to have foreign language for their students, and so obviously there's costs with each foreign language.
Okay, this is a question for the schools. What percentage of number of the student population is in the IB program at your schools?
So in the PYP model, it's 100%. Everyone participates.
Oh, everyone
It's not like the high
participates.
schools, correct?
Okay. Now with the data that you presented, Jeff, what percentage of the surveys? I mean, I saw that it was 30 responses and 100 responses. I know y'all got more parents and students than that in those schools. And that looks like a low number for a survey. That's why I don't like surveys, because that's another thing.
No, I agree with you, Ms. Caldwell. Good one, Caldwell. We agree that that was what I was saying before with Ms. Mills, that she had a packed open house that night. We actually issued the survey that night. We actually got very few responses back, even though the parents were actually in attendance in that place. And so it was hard. It's hard because if somebody's passionate about something, they'll typically complete a survey. Sometimes it's hard to get people to do surveys when they're not passionate. We released that at least 2 or 3 times. I know Ms. Hester did it, multiple events throughout the spring trying to get responses. So what we ended up was with multiple tries of trying to get survey results.
And how many students do you have at your school?
Right now, brick and mortar and virtual combined, we're about 575.
And Heritage and Chandler Creek.
We did deliver a paper survey. We talked about it in multiple forums, and we do have 100% of our parents that attend parent conferences. We do not have a lot of response when we do Google Forms. It's just not a preferred platform for our parents, but they do give feedback in a written format quite often.
I think we need to get a different a different method than the surveys, because this is not a good percentage when you're presenting something like that. Is what I'm looking at. And that, I think that was all that I have, all the questions I have, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goodwin Caldwell. Dr. Ball O'Connor.
Yes, thank you for the comments that you brought and shared with us. I wanted to say, I appreciate you saying that you are a big fan of IB and have worked with it and been part of it. So am I. And that's important to me that I understand this is not something that you are doing lightly, because you've understood the value of IB all along. I understand the value it is still to some of our schools. But you've given me a window of opportunity, Ms. Hester, because I've never gotten to speak directly to anybody who was looking for a focus. And since this is my last committee of the whole, I want to give you the little gift of my suggestion, which is I have believed for many, many years and have been trying to suggest that Montessori education is one thing that we have not tried that specifically addresses those early literacy links in core subject areas, and then some in unique and particular ways. And I would just invite you to do some reading on that. There are training costs associated with it, teacher development needs associated with it, which you still presumably will have as you were changing your focus. And there are many close by. I think that recently the Riley Institute did a study on Montessori curriculum, and found that in South Carolina, we have one of the highest numbers of Montessori schools anywhere. Jeff, can you help me with what that, do you remember anything about the percentage?
Study, I think you sent it to me, but
and yet we've never tried it in Greenville County, the largest district. So if it is compatible with the focus you want to shift to, with really that core learning, and with our shift toward, individual discovery and development, along with collaboration and more of that in-depth into a topic of interest, I would just invite you to consider it. So thank you, and good luck in your changes.
Thank you, Dr. Ball O'Connor. Ms. Bush.
Yes, again, I want to commend you, Dr. Royster, and the administration, because this morning is just filled with examples of our communities and our schools coming to us and not being told that you have to do this or you can't do that, and being able to come to us and say, look, this is what's best. So I think this is a perfect example where we have two schools that have decided that it's great and that it's working for them. And then we have two schools that are on a path to be able to do. Obviously, I know from experience at Heritage that this is absolutely working for the students and the community at Heritage. But I do want to say that as we go through, and it seems like Chandler Creek is just that little step ahead in developing that focus. And as we go through this path, while we, I've said that in that day-to-day where we are struggling so as our lives have changed, especially right now with all the things that are going on in our jobs and in our world, and then the kids, and then that sometimes surveys just don't fit into our lives. But what I don't want to happen, I want to make sure that we give the support, and most of all, sometimes where we have kind of dropped the ball is in that communication piece with our community, and them not feeling, the IB program, for many years, that northern part of the community felt very disenfranchised, because in that whole Northwest district, there was not a magnet school, and they saw the magnet schools as that it siphoned off the cream of the crop. It took away not only students, but those supportive parents that have the ability to be able to be leaders in PTA and be volunteers there at the school. It took them away from their local schools and brought them down into the toward the inner city schools, toward where those magnet schools were. So I want to make sure, because while they might not have noticed especially during COVID, they might not have noticed a survey, they will. I don't want them to feel that something is being taken away from their school or being taken away from their community, but make sure that we communicate that we are building and giving more resources, and that we are building that school to be stronger and not taking away something from it. As we go about the purpose of, obviously we can look at the success already that the schools have had, and say we're still on that path to continue that success, but make it a focus that everyone in the community, that all of our parents, our PTA, and even a lot of, I speak to a lot of people that don't even have children or grandchildren in school, but they're proud of the fact that, hey, we have an IB school in our community. So wanting to make sure that they realize that it is a transition to something better for our community, and bolder for our community, and not that well, we tried it and it didn't work, and we're going to take it away now. So as long as I have that assurance that we're going to continue, and I have no doubt, but I just want to make sure that as those questions come up in the community, as this goes out and the 6 o'clock news says IB schools taken away, or however they perceive to, sometimes I wonder if I'm at the same meetings that the media is at sometimes. But I just want to make sure that I can assure the community going through this transition that there are just absolutely phenomenal things in store for Heritage Elementary and for
and I think you already pointed out, Bush, that request came from school communities based on significant input they got outside of these surveys. I think, too, it's important to note we're presenting this now. I believe the first survey was in the spring of 19, so pre-COVID. Second survey was in the fall of.
It was right before COVID, spring of 20.
Spring prior to COVID, so early prior to March the 16th. And I might leave out an opportunity, but I think both of these principals had multiple opportunities presented to the families in the community that were there for nights that traditionally have a big turnout. Would that be a fair way to describe that for both of you? Whatever particular night that might have been at your individual school. And I think it speaks, we can talk about whether the surveys are reliable or valid or not, but I think when you presented that in front of these large crowds and you still get a very low response, which is the reason we asked them to go back and survey a second time, because they had such a low response. I think that's indicative that communities not got a high level of buy-in to that program, and perhaps see this as a better direction, one that's already been defined one place and one they're still working on the other. And it may be, as I think Jeff has expressed this to me, that there is a desire to maintain the foreign language at both of those schools, certainly at least at one, if not both of them. And we would intend to do that. We're having a hard time expanding it at the elementary level throughout the district just because of the shortage of teachers, but we don't want to go backwards. So we would leave those resources in place, certainly at the school that's requested that, and at the other one if they request that as well. And if they don't, we'll try to put that somewhere else.
And I will say too, Ms. Bush, I think I may mention this, at the end of the SIC meetings, both the chair at Chandler Creek and the group at Heritage said, what do you need us to do to go out and garner, help the community understand why we want to move forward? So both of them, SIC at the time, said, tell us how we can help you also get that word out to your point.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. And thank our principals for coming and sharing that. It gives us a much better historical perspective about how you came to the agreements on it.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. I've got 2 minutes. Mr. Lewis, how much time do you need? All right, without object, how much time do you need, Mr. Sutter? All right, without objection, I'll extend for 10 minutes. Mr. Lewis.
First question is just a procedural question. So, Dr. Rose, just help me understand that high schools change from a traditional schedule to a block schedule, and that doesn't require board approval. These schools are changing this program within their school, and it requires board approval. I just so I can understand what's the difference. Okay. I think you guys have done a great job, and Ms. Hester, I do want to tell you, I had dinner 2 weekends ago and ran into a couple of your teachers, and they were just so excited about everything that was going on, and one of them is actually a parent of a high school student who's dealing with the transition from traditional to block, and just her comments about how engaged she felt like she was in this process and how informed she felt like the school was in this process. I think just speaks volumes to the two of you and the sensitivity you took to making sure that the community understood the importance of these changes, and it came up from the community. So I just thank both of you for your leadership in that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Sutter. Mr. Sutter. Mr. Sutter?
Oh, excuse me. Mr. Mill. Excuse me. Mr. McCoy, am I correct? We've got an IB program at 2 elementary schools.
4 total, 2 more besides these 2. Yes, sir.
So we want to get rid of 2 of them.
Yes, sir. We did speak to all 4. So the other 2 wanted to remain with the IB network.
Am I correct? Do we get rid of all the IB programs in the middle school?
That's correct.
So the only place we got an IB program left will be in some high schools.
4 high schools, yes, sir.
4 high schools.
And two elementary schools, Mr. Sutter.
Those are the 2 elementary schools that they're saying is very successful.
Sarah Collins and Fort Shoals their communities wish to keep theirs in place, whereas the community at Chandler Creek and Heritage did not wish to do so.
Why do y'all want to eliminate these programs?
I think it's not so much about wanting to eliminate it as it is about refocusing and what our current students actually need. We at Heritage love the Spanish program, so we don't want to lose the foreign language and the cultural part of it. Our motto is hometown school, world-class education. And I think that we can offer that to our community and our students without the IB program. Because I've been involved in it since the onset in that community, 20 years ago, IB was very different, but now it's just good teaching. Everyone is doing inquiry-based learning. And so I feel that we can continue the good things that the IB program brought to our school and our community without having to split our focus between the South Carolina graduate standards and the IB standards. Teaching is a hard career, and especially right now, and we don't need to lose teachers. And I think asking them to do 2 different things, that one is working and one is not in our community, is a hard ask. I think allowing them to just truly focus on good sound pedagogy and literacy and math and all of the things that we've done over the past 2 years that have shown great success in our school is what's best for our students. And that doesn't mean we want to get rid of, it just means we want to refocus and put our students at the forefront. And in our community, this is what's best for them.
You want to refocus on the
core academics.
What do you want to keep in the IB program?
We love the Spanish part of it. Our students and our teachers and our families really love the foreign language aspects.
Mrs. Bell?
I support what Heather I truly support what Heather has said. I am IB trained. I have been through the coursework. I really do support the program overall. but I think that there needs to be a continuum of learning for children in our neighborhood of Greer. As you know, when our middle schools exited the program, that continuum kind of stopped for us in terms of where would they go next. And so we are looking at what do our children need. So in the conversations with the community, extensive conversations with SIC, PTA, and going out into the community and talking to others. Really, everyone wanted their child to be a caring citizen. They wanted them to be happy. They wanted them to be well cared for. So that focus we are allowed to do with Capturing Kids' Hearts, which is a program that we have adopted in the last couple of years and seems to have been that part to meet the needs of the whole child. I don't think any of us, I know Heritage is not, none of us are against the IB. It is simply refocusing on the needs of your community at that time. I think it's really important for Chandler Creek to look at the changes of our community. Over time, we are the only school in the northeast side of town that receives federal funds through Title I, and we have a very high poverty level. So looking at how to meet the needs of those students really are better met right now with the social emotional program and using the profile of the college and career graduate, which South Carolina has been very innovative in Greenville County in terms of those standards. So it's not so much about getting rid of one, it is about looking at what's best right now for the students.
If y'all eliminate this program, will y'all save money?
Yes, sir.
And will you also, what about teachers? Did you have to seek a specific teacher for the IB program?
I believe the only additional teacher that we have is the Spanish teacher. And at our school, we would love that to continue if financially possible.
Okay. What about Ms. Mills? Was there anything about you have one teacher?
Right now, we do not have the Spanish program. When we went through our reauthorization, the one thing that we passed our reauthorization a few years back, but the one thing that they said was needing extensive training for more teachers. We had a more transient staff because when you reduce class sizes, which we did with our federal funds, I added an enormous amount of teachers to the school. And through adding those teachers to the school, we needed more training, which then in turn created more cost. We're a high English language learning school already, so a majority of our children already speak Spanish. So our parents did not see a need to continue that foreign language because the Spanish program was very introductory. It was not what you would achieve in the middle and the high school. It was just introductory language. And most of our children, not most, but a huge percentage of our children already had that language.
I've looked at what was given out here. The IB learner profile was the component parts of the IB program. And this started with reflective and ended with thinkers and all the things in between. So we're going to eliminate all those with the exception of maybe the Spanish. What other parts of the IB learner are we going to keep?
Mr. Sutter, let me maybe I was probably, this is my error, probably I was not clear in how these related. To take example, the reflective part in the profile of the South Carolina graduate, that reflective part is knowing how to learn. So those orange are everything that's in the profile of the South Carolina graduate. So you're not eliminating anything from reflective to thinkers. We have those already in the profile of the South Carolina graduate.
What about the others?
That is all the IB tenants. The other stuff, we actually have more than that in the profile of the South Carolina graduate and building a better graduate. So we actually have more tenants, so to speak, than the IB program has.
Well, I've got here caring, balanced, principled, knowledgeable, inquirers, communicators, thinkers. And over here, I've got interpersonal skills, work ethic, integrity, world-class knowledge, self-direction. How do those combine one?
So if you look at, for example, the balance on IB Learner,
okay,
the work ethic, if you look at the work ethic description of building a better graduate, talks about that balance of, really what they're talking about is life and work or school and work. Inquires, if you read a description, the IB profile about inquires, as Ms. Hester mentioned, that's about self-direction as well. It's inquiring about your learning, it's curiosity. So each of those, I couldn't put all that on one slide, but we can send you, if you want, the descriptions of each of those IB learning profiles. And I think it may help you see the connection.
Are all these from the learner profile? This is the same thing on the profile of South Carolina graduate.
Yes, sir. And
Is
then
that
more.
true with all of these? Yeah. Well, reflective is knowing how to learn. Open-minded is collaboration and teamwork. Risk takers is creativity and identification, etc.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You look at those descriptions that are each of those they're very similar. They have the very similar words in them.
Okay, so we're getting rid of the title of IB.
Correct.
But we're still taking the component parts of the IB that we like, we think we still keep, and put them over in the profile of South Carolina graduate.
Yes, sir. They already exist in the profile South Carolina graduate.
Okay. Thank you, ladies. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Sudduth. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion passes. And that concludes the instructional part of our program. I turn it back to Madam Chair.
Yeah, yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Whenever you're ready. Morning. This is the part of the program that everybody eagerly awaits for each meeting now, the COVID update. So we'll share with you where we are utilizing the data analysis that you all now are accustomed to seeing. We pick up another week. If you will look at the far left, you will see the number of new cases in South Carolina, the number of new cases confirmed in Greenville County. Then you'll see in the yellow column the number of cases 2 weeks in GCS and 1 week in GCS. You'll see the 2 week total 171 and the 1 week 70. Being the replacement week, the new week. 2 week incidence rate per 100,000 in Greenville County schools, 201.5, compared to 323.6 in the county, 261.6 in the state. The trend in incidence from 1028 to 11/4 in Greenville County schools was down 10%. There was a 0% change in the trend incident rate in Greenville County and a 2% change in the incidence rate in South Carolina. The prevalence rate, again converted to per 100,000 for Greenville County schools, is 550.2 compared to 1,882.9 in the county and 1,640 in the state. Positive cases per 100,000 in Greenville County schools. 1 week, which was the most recent week, 11.8. 2 weeks, 14.4. 2 weeks Greenville County, 23.1. 2 weeks per capita, South Carolina, 18.7. The attack rate in Greenville County schools is 0.002 compared to the attack rate in Greenville County of 0.0032 versus the attack rate in South Carolina at 0.0026. Translating that into a risk ratio within the system, it is 0.62 compared to the county. Last week, it was 0.70. Compared to the state, this week it's 0.77. Last week, it was 0.88. As a reminder, the whole number 1 would be an equal risk. So if it was 1 compared to Greenville County, there would be an equal risk inside the system to the county. So you see, we continue to be in better shape inside the system than the county or the state. Now, if you look at it, graphical representation, you will see total ongoing quarantine of employees. That's the line at the top. You'll see there was a downward trend the last week. Isolating, total number. Again, you see a slightly downward trend, not as pronounced as a downward trend in quarantine. New quarantines not exposed at school, you see that slightly increased. New quarantines caused by school exposure, relatively a flat line. Employee isolation data, you see that by every week. New isolating teacher is the green bar. The kind of pinkish bar is the isolating non-teacher. So you'll see that by day or the dates given from 10/19 through 11/8. Employee quarantine. New quarantining teachers, green bar again. New quarantining non-teachers is the pink bar within the single bar. So for example, on 11/8, there were 4 new quarantining non-teachers and 9 new quarantining teachers. Student quarantine isolation data. If you look at the top line, that is the orange line, that's ongoing quarantine, hit a low point around 11/5 and is at a slight increase. Isolating, slight decrease. The number isolating, again, those who have tested positive. New quarantines caused by school exposure, that again remains a relatively low, almost flat line. Quarantines not related to school, you'll see a bump in that on 11/4 and then a decline through 11/8. New quarantines caused by extracurricular exposure, you see a bump in that on 11/2, then a drop on 11/4. Now, again, these are over time. So you got some coming off, some going on, quarantine or isolation. All right, this gives you a little closer look, by taking one line off. So you'll see the yellow, new quarantines caused by extracurricular exposure, new quarantines caused by school exposure, new quarantines not related to school. So the yellow, quarantines caused by extracurricular. The red, isolating. Green, new quarantines caused by school exposure. And the blue, new quarantines not related to school. This puts it on a greater numerical value, so it's easier to look at it than the preceding graph. It goes up to 800. This only goes to 140. Just makes it a little easier for you to see it. And again, you see those spikes, and they are generally directly related to a team exposure in athletics. You'll see one on, for example, 10/7. You see one on 10/15. You see smaller ones on 10/26. You see one on 10/29. You see one on 11/2. Student isolation data. New students isolating. Extracurricular exposure, by far the largest number compared to school. And the most number of students isolating is related to non-school exposure, again, to the best of our ability to determine those things. So you see there, for example, you've got 21 students non-school exposure on 11/4, and you have 1 school exposure. And you have actually on that date 0 from extracurricular. Student quarantine data. New quarantine school exposure is green. New quarantine non-school exposure is pink. And that sort of yellowish orange is new quarantine extracurricular exposure. And you'll see some large numbers there. For example, on 11.4 and 11.5, I believe that's generally related to one incident at a particular daycare that affected 4 schools and multiple numbers of students in 4 schools. As you can see, the new quarantine school exposure very low, and the new quarantine extracurricular exposure, there's a bump in it on 11.2, but small numbers on other days. Elementary, we now have every student back in elementary school 5 days a week. We have noticed no increase or substantive change in quarantine or isolation into elementary grade levels in that period of time. Now, again, we've not had everybody back for the entire time period. In fact, last week was the first week where we had 4th and 5th back all week. So we're low numbers there, but no bump, nothing that appears to have created a problem at the elementary level with bringing those students back in. Middle school. Yes, thank you for mentioning that. Keeping in place all the protocols that we've established, including the approval from DHAT to consider 3 feet inside a plexiglass pod to be, with a mask on, to be equivalent of 6 feet of social distancing. We are currently working on the middle school return to 5-day in-person path. We believe we have some viable, safe solutions to move that forward. We still do not have the level of comfort we would like to see with our employees. We're trying to determine what might make them slightly more or significantly more comfortable with that return. And in fact, I am meeting with each principal on Friday of the middle schools, along with 2 teacher representatives from each school. We expect to be able to make an announcement next week regarding a path forward for middle school return, again, following the protocols that are set in place that meet the DHAT recommendations, as well as the input and recommendations we've received from healthcare providers. But we met with Prisma and with DHAT last week, and the feedback that we got regarding our phased in implementation and return was positive, and they did not provide to us any hesitancy about continuing along a similar path. But again, that's a path that has all the protocols in place and was phased in over time. So we're still discussing that with the middle schools, but hope to be able to make an announcement at the beginning of next week. We have begun working senior staff along specifically with Mr. Reimer, with high school principals on the pathway to bring them back for more days of attendance. We do not yet have a clear path to a 5-day return, but we are looking at various options, asking the principals to flesh out some options some structures we've provided them, 1 or 2 that they came up with, that would allow us to get back to a closer to 100% in-person attendance. Not fully 100%, could be somewhere between 60 and 70%, but a significant increase in in-person attendance. We got the grading information back from first quarter. One thing that I think is noteworthy, we had great concern about students not performing well remotely. And I think that was well-founded concern. We had a bigger concern about e-learning than about the 100% virtual. The statistics support the concern should have been more heavily weighted in the other direction. We'll ask Jeff to share with you, Mr. McCoy to share with you the grade statistics, and then each of the assistant superintendents will be sharing the remedial compensatory plan moving forward by level for how we will work to address the deficiencies that were noted. So, Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Dr. Royster. So the very top chart there that you see, the brick and mortar students, and I do want to say that as a denominator of 50,813, so we have removed the virtual kids from that because they are not attending any days in school, of course, in a brick and mortar. So the top one is the e-learning, the kids that would participate, well, middle school and high school now, several days a week, e-learning, several days brick and mortar. Elementary obviously is back full time. But prior to that, you can see for elementary that the percentages there probably are more impactful there, as far as 9% students in elementary, 17% middle, and 28% high school. And that may have one or more Fs. So that doesn't mean they're all have Fs in every subject. That just means they're flagged as one or more Fs if they're in that group. So you can see the next column, we thought it was, we needed to break out the core and the related arts. So you can see the first one is for 4,656 core. There are no numeric grades in any of the related arts in elementary school because they are serving several hundred students for those teachers. Obviously, we can't pull teachers from elementary schools for related arts because you have so few. And you can see the middle school, though, when we broke out core and related arts, and then the totals down there at the bottom. And so again, then the last column there is the total number at Fs with cores and related arts for electives combined at the high school level. The virtual students, as you see there, that's 22,019 virtual students K through 12. You can kind of see those results as well, roughly double the first box there at the top, the brick and mortar students. Again, we expected some of that a little bit because it is a huge shift for kids to an instructional model. We find the same things for first 9 weeks a lot of times with kids who switch over to virtual courses at the high school. It is a very different instructional model for them. So we are going to share some of those plans we have in place. So those, as you can see, same columns as the top. We've just broken it down by core and related arts so that you can see those, and then the totals there at the bottom. So again, it's actually almost exactly double, 17% for brick and mortar, 34% for virtual students. Dr. Richard, do you have this?
I'm sorry.
So the statistics, the 2019 versus 2020, you can see those statistics. We'll try to put them side by side for you. Again, the denominator there at the end for last year would have been about 75,000 students in brick and mortar. 50,000 in brick and mortar this year, again, emphasizing that is kids in brick and mortar. We have another 20-some thousand in virtual, but we took those kids out for the sake of comparison like instructional models. So elementary, 3% as far as number of students, and then 2020, you can see 9% for number of students in 2020, respective then down for each of those columns in middle school and high school. We also then contrasted the number of Fs, total number of Fs. Again, we cannot give you a percentage on those just because some kids may have one, some kids may have two, some kids may have more. So it's difficult to do a percentage without having to go through every subject and every schedule to be able to get the potential number of grades. So again, you can see the elementary 1674 versus 4,656, and then the totals there at the bottom. So obviously, as we're looking to remediate into how do we make sure that we can catch the students up if they're behind. I will say a lot of those grades, and each school has to go through and do this. A lot of those are results of not handed ins, as NHIs, the codes we use. So not necessarily the students not being able to do the work, and many of that is the case that their grades are S because students do not hand in work. So we have processes in place for that. I will tell you those grades prior that you saw for 2019, those Fs, those are reflective of any grades that would have been after students made up work. I can't tell you, many of our schools go back and give students a grace period to go back and make up Fs and to go back and turn in work. We can't track that in PowerSchool because once that grade's replaced, that grade is replaced. So that is something that, again, they will continue that process of allowing students to go back if they have an exorbitant number of NHIs to be able to go back and to fill that in to hopefully make up that work and improve their grade. So, the intervention and support, the e-learning gaps. And so this is obviously e-learning and virtual that we'll be supporting. We have certain structures already in place, as many of you know. And for elementary, we already have math and ELA intervention and pull-out programs. You all have allocated those resources last several years that has been impactful on our test scores. So we will continue that, both specifically the ones you fund or ELA. We then also have some math intervention if a school identifies that as a need. So those pull-out programs will continue. These scores and the TE21 data, when we get that back district-wide, will identify additional students, maybe outside the Fs, that need some additional remediation. At the middle school level, we also have the Read 180 classes. And then starting, this would be new. So starting the target date, November 6th, would be starting remediation programs for students before, after school, during school. And these superintendents are going to talk about that. But overall, some common statistics with this remediation program is we would provide transportation for all brick and mortar students. We're looking at very low ratio, 6 to 8 students per teacher. Some of that's based on the research for tutoring and growth. We'd be looking at 6 weeks, several cycles of 6 weeks. So initially starting off with a 6-week cycle to then reassess students to see where they are. Teachers would be obviously compensated for this for after hours tutoring, anything before or after school. And then we're going to look at the identification of students in grades 2 through 12. Certainly schools can use K and 1 students as well. Kindergarten, we typically don't start intervening heavily until after Christmas because they're brand new to the building. And so we're still trying to gauge where they are. Students with Fs and struggling content, again, some of those S may be not handed in. That may not necessarily mean they need to be in intervention. That may just need to be that they need to turn in work. And so we'll be assessing that, the schools will. Students have not mastered standards based on our TE21 data. When we get that back next week, we had to extend that window a few days because of our days we had out because of storm. So several students in schools were unable to test those days. And then we want to continue identifying students through our on-track process. So the kids that bubble up because of on-track, we want to make sure they are in the interventions they need to be either during the day or before or after school. So I'll just start off with the K-8 virtual program, and each of the assistant superintendents responsible for their level, we're going to talk about what this looks like. I will say typically a lot of schools begin this type of work after Christmas. Typically, we're going to be getting obviously a little bit early now that we have data back from report cards and from the TE21 data. And so for the virtual program, these are the kids that are 100% virtual. So we will be looking at 45 to 60 minutes after school, 2 days a week. Now, teachers may very well teach all 4 days a week if they choose to. And there will be cohort groups. So maybe one group Monday, Wednesday, another group Tuesday, Thursday. They could choose to do that before school. And there's even some flexibility on weekends should they choose to do that. And should teachers choose to do that. Invite students to remediation block. We have a remediation block built into the virtual schedule. We've been using that as students ask for help. We'll probably be a little more aggressive in that block now that we have the data back, where we'll be requiring some students to attend that block that's built in so the teachers can actually remediate light groups of students that are struggling in a certain content area. You can see the times there, 30 in elementary, 50 in middle school. And then use the current data to identify those required to attend as we're starting to get hopefully some test data in from our students that we can use to identify gaps. And then the remediation intervention focus, we are going to focus particularly in our K through 5 reading and math in elementary. And for our virtual middle, we will focus on the core content. So we certainly want to support them if they're struggling in science and social studies, but primarily we will focus in the reading and the math intervention.
At the elementary level, it is not uncommon for our schools to already operate before support program or even an after-school program. So we're fortunate to have a budget that will enable all of our elementary schools to put forth a program either before school. If during school, they will offer an option of before school and or after school if they're doing it during the school day. So before school, many of our elementary schools, the staff gets there early. They're able to staff it and spend at least 30 to 45 minutes a day before school starts, emphasizing reading and math support. During the school day, they're able to hire certified teachers. Now that we have the money, that's going to be a great option for our schools to add support during the school day, 30 to 45 minutes a day. And then there may be schools that want to do it after school, an hour to an hour and a half after school, 2 days a week. And we're focusing on reading and math. We are also suggesting that our schools have a cycle of 6 to 8 weeks that will allow them to rotate students in and out of the program. That way they're able to support more students over a course of time. So that's elementary's plan.
Morning. For our middle schools, we'll be doing something very similar to what you've just heard about the elementary schools. Of course, recognizing this year would present challenges. Nearly all of our middle schools built in some intervention time into their day. So we'll be taking continued advantage of that, as well as looking at before school opportunities. So as students are arriving for that 30, 45 minute period, they'll be able to engage in high quality activities with their teachers. And then after school, students will have the opportunity 2 days a week to receive that extra intervention and support. In addition to that, we will be looking at our Friday options, looking at how we can support students by providing them with some opportunities to come into the school. So looking at ways that we can provide more intensive interventions for a select group of students while we are on this continuing model that we're on right now. Of course, the focus for our work will be on language arts and math. We recognize those are the two areas that our students are struggling the most in right now. And so we'll continue to work with our teachers as they develop solid opportunities and interventions for kids that will focus on these areas, as well as addressing the number of assignments that are not handed in. So schools will sort of go at it from two angles. One, making sure that kids are submitting their assignments for grading, and two, making sure that those students who are struggling receive that additional support at least before school or after school, and then of course on Friday mornings.
Very similar process at the high school. There's two differences than the elementary and middle. The first one would be, as you may recall, high school virtual program is embedded at the high school. So in other words, a teacher who teaches brick and mortar may also teach virtual. It's not a separate program this year. So all of the interventions that we're doing for both before school and after school would be available to brick and mortar students and virtual students. And the virtual students can do that virtually, or if the virtual students can get to school, we will do that in person. We're giving them that option to do that. The other primary difference at this moment, since there's no current timeline as we speak today on the return of high school students more than 2 days a week, we are beginning to identify over the next 2 weeks. In fact, I know I've talked to several principals today. They've already begun that this week in bringing selected at-risk students back 4 days a week if class sizes allow for it, and there is flexibility there. Now, obviously, we have more at-risk kids than we have space at this moment, but we're identifying our most at-risk through On Track and the other programs. And those students within the next 2 weeks will be coming more than 2 days a week to school.
Dr. Royce, I do need to correct one thing on the slide. The date, we are targeting November 30th for the start date. Now, as you know, that's 2 short weeks, and then Thanksgiving's in there as well. So that's a lot to do to get teachers hired, to get parents to accept, because obviously this is something parents have to agree to allow their kids to participate. But we are targeting November 30th with the expectation that all schools would have started at the latest by December 7th, that following Monday. And then we'll continue and resume after Christmas.
So we'll certainly try to answer any question that you might have, either about our path forward at other grades, or the data that we shared with you at the outset, or the remedial compensatory plans that are in place.
Thank you for this information. I have a couple of questions. Dr. Royster, have we surveyed the teachers and staff again, like we did, about the comfort of them returning to the buildings? I know that it was close whenever you did the survey before, like 48% to 52%. Have we surveyed them again about their comfort in returning to the buildings?
We have only resurveyed the middle school teachers, and their level of comfort did not increase. That's the reason I'm meeting with some teacher representatives and the principals on Friday. We have a little bit of a dilemma there. I think you saw the results that we've got in student performance. And we believe and know that we have a pathway to returning students to school that is very similar to the one we did at elementary school, taking into account some differences at middle school regarding class size and the movement of students in the hallways. So we're going to spend a little time reviewing those strategies we have in place. But it's very challenging to know we have a safe path forward and believe that we should not move forward on that safe path. So we're going to spend a little more time on that, but I think you see the inherent conflict in there.
How do y'all work with the employees that are not comfortable with returning? What is their path forward with Greenville County Schools if they're not comfortable with returning?
Until the leave expires, provided through the Federal CARES Act, which expires at the end of the calendar year, that if they have a medical condition, they would be required to take sick leave once that leave is no longer available. If we have people that might want to swap teaching positions, that's something we might look at. But generally speaking, if we're providing a safe environment in accord with DHEC and Prisma and Bon Secours St. Francis, and you do not have an underlying medical condition or medical condition at home that would enable you to take leave, I don't really have much of a path forward for you other than to come in and report and do your job.
Are you looking at, like, if that is a large percentage of those? I mean, I know we already have a teacher shortage. If that's a large percentage of the teachers and staff that does that, how will we, what will we do in that case?
Well, it's just one more further complicating factor. That's why we want to make sure that our teachers understand that all the protocols we have in place are designed not by us, but by medical and public health authorities that put them in a safe environment. You know, asking someone whether they're comfortable or uncomfortable certainly elicits a response. We didn't ask them, will you show up and do your job? We didn't think that was an appropriate question to ask. I wish we had 60, 75% that said they were comfortable. We don't have that, and I don't suspect we're going to get that right away. But we would approach this the same way we did with elementary when we reach the point of coming back, and that is to do it in accord with the protocols that are established, do it in a phased in way. So if there are any issues that arise, we can either stop or reverse course. Fortunately, we didn't have to do that at the elementary level, and it has worked very well at the elementary level. It's still a little different at middle school. It's even a little more different at high school. But we believe we have some very viable paths forward to increase the amount of time they're present in high school that we're working through now, as I mentioned earlier, and as Mr. Reimer mentioned. So it is a very difficult situation. There are no clear, easy answers to it. But I think when we know there's a safe path forward, we need to, as reasonably quickly as possible, move down that path.
Okay, do we need to revise that roadmap then? Because I'm getting calls from people that are concerned that the numbers, you said if the numbers go up, then we would not be returning to school. And I see the numbers going up. Do we need to revise that roadmap that they have seen since the beginning of the year?
We asked you all to revise it one time. I think we made the point then we would bring groups back within that might come in attendance more days. We may reach a point where we may ask you to revise it again. We're not asking you to do that today.
Okay.
We believe we're acting within the condition in there that allows us to bring back groups within the larger group.
Okay. Dr. Hoffman said something about the money about for the before and after school? Is that the CARES money, or what is that special revenue? What
Well,
money is that?
I don't know that I could pinpoint for you that it is not a combination of state and federal, but it is coming to us from the State Department of Education. They had access to some both federal funds and some state funds that were specifically allocated for COVID response. So it could be some blend, but among the things that it is authorized to be expended for is remedial compensatory education. And the things you heard them talking about, they could have a top end of $2.5 to $3 million.
Okay, I have a question.
None coming from the general fund or CARES Act funds currently allocated to the school district.
Yeah, I have a question about some of your graphs. I think it's on page 9, with the new students quarantining and isolating. Is that, you have the daily there, but is that adding from the day before, or those are new?
Those
right?
are new. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. That would be new. Your graph, your line graph would be your cumulative.
Okay, on 11.2, I don't see the number for that orange
On 11.
on page 9.
Yeah, are you talking about this one right here?
No.
School in Carolina?
No, it's new students quarantine right there. 11.2. What is the what's the number
yes.
for that orange?
I
11.2?
believe that number would be 79. Because it's right at the 80 or 81 mark, and there's only one that's below that, so it's either 79 or 80.
Okay. Okay. So do we have you gave us a number of the total for the weeks, right? Did you give us that for?
I believe you might be
quarantine?
talking about the very first, you're talking about that graph there,
The new,
or that graphic rather, I'm sorry.
but that is, that's a total of the adults and the students, right? That's not, that's not
Yes.
separated.
Yes.
Okay.
So the total for employees, this would be by day. So that would be new by day. Employee isolation. This would be employee quarantine, new by day. You want to see the total number of quarantined on a particular day, you have to go back and look at the line graph. Then the same one for students, that's a day isolation, that's a day quarantine. Then you go back to look at your line graph, for example, on 10/16, I believe it is, we had 120 total quarantines, new quarantines caused by extracurricular. Number went way up. Then it tailed off.
Okay. That's all I have.
Yes,
right
ma'am.
now, Mr. Chambers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Royster, I have a couple of questions. How many teachers, do we know how many teachers are absent in the middle schools daily? Because what I'm hearing is, and there was a shortage before
Yes.
this year. Before COVID hit, there was a shortage in trying to get subs for middle school. And so now we're dealing with COVID, and we're seeing that when teachers are absent, they're unable to once again get subs for those teachers. So what are we doing with those students, and how are the schools handling this?
I'm going to let Dr. McDonald speak too, because he's more familiar with the different strategies you're having used. But to your point, we do not have enough substitutes. We did not have enough substitutes before we had COVID. some of the strategies we used before we dealt with COVID, we cannot use anymore. One that readily comes to mind at the elementary level is if you couldn't get enough teachers for that day, elementary principals would take, say, a third grade class, and they take 5 and send them to this room, and 5 and send them to that room, and 5 and send them to that room. Can't use that strategy anymore. So there are some other strategies they can use. So I'm going to let Dr. McDonald speak specifically to the middle school.
Sir. So one of the things that we've sort of taken this year is that it's all hands on deck. So we're utilizing any aide, assistant that may be in the building. In some cases, administrators and counselors have served in those substitute roles to provide support for classes. We've looked at flexibility in terms of how do we get more usage out of those folks that may not be as fully utilized on a 2-day-a-week plan for students. So in some cases, you have extra assistants, things like that normally would be booked with a 5-day. Those folks are actually going into those classes and subbing. We're also utilizing subs, during planning periods. So for example, if I'm substituting for a teacher during that planning period, I may go work with another group of teachers or sub for another teacher. So it's really just been a lot of creative sort of staffing in terms of meeting those demands. Schools are indicating that they are able to keep these things covered, that they are able to cover these classes. And in a very rare situation, you may see that students are sent to a different location for a class, but that has been used as an absolute last resort, not as a first option. Where in a good year, we would potentially use that as our first option in most cases.
So with all of this happening, how is the teacher morale in the middle schools?
Well, I think our teachers are understanding that we're under unique circumstances, and I think they are working with us. Principals are constantly reminding teachers of that they're there as a support. And I think what I see when I'm visiting schools is that our folks are working hard, they're taking care of our kids, and they're doing the best they can to keep things moving. And I think we recognize that we're all in this together and that we're all working to solve these unique challenges. I can't speak specifically to the morale of each teacher, but I think in general, folks understand that this is requiring us to do some really out of the box kinds of things this year. And for the most part, they're working with that.
Okay. And one more question pertaining to this area is how are we working with first and second year teachers to make sure we don't lose them, that we keep them and we nurture and have a little empathy? What are we doing with these first year teachers?
We have in place the teacher support coaches, which are aiding our first and second year folks. Each school is responsible for really working to make sure that they are providing extra opportunities. Our instructional coaches are going in supporting these teachers. I have visited nearly all of the first year teachers in our district this year to check in and at least speak and introduce myself to make sure that they are, they understand that we're here to help them and support. And Mr. McCoy's department provides a lot of additional support for any of our first year teachers, but especially this year, they've worked really hard to provide some extra professional development, but also doing those check-ins and really helping make sure these teachers know that they have an advocate, that they have opportunities to express concerns. They work with Julie Woodhouse, who works with all of our first year folks to help provide some extra support.
Thank you. Dr. Royster, I know we had a transition plan for elementary school when we were going, the elementary schools, when we were going to the 5-day plan. Can you elaborate a little bit on that transition for middle school when we implement the 5-day plan? We're not gonna, I know we're not gonna throw them all, we're not gonna have 5th, 6th, and 7th, or 6th, 7th, and 8th graders go in all at one time. I know you have a transitional plan in place. Could you elaborate
At the
on
point we decide to move forward with that, we would phase it in a manner very similar to pre-K through 5.
So you do 6th grade, 6th grade.
A grade at a time.
Okay. All right. So there is going to be a transitional period. You're just not going to start them all back immediately.
You may not have had, this goes back to your other question. You
Yes,
may not
sir.
have had time to look at it. Ms. Gibbs entered into the written chat that they've added 400 new substitutes since the beginning of the school year, and they have another 130 in the process of being interviewed.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions, Chairman.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chamley. So just a few questions. One, I'm just so excited that elementary school students have returned to school, and knowing that that's half the district, that was a pretty heavy lift. And it's encouraging to see that with our youngest learners, we were able to get them back without any significant spikes in exposure related illnesses for these children or for the staff, which hopefully will translate well to the middle school staff becoming more comfortable as they see that. I mean, we still are in the first full week of that. And so I hear your hope that they will become more comfortable, and balancing that obviously with Ms. Goodwin Caldwell's concerns. What happens if they don't? I like this idea of you meeting with principals and staff, kind of build their comfort level. The last time we talked about middle school, though, there were some facility issues that I think were challenging. One of them being the number of classrooms where we couldn't physically fit all of these kids with plexiglass walls. So I'll talk long enough to let you swallow your food, but I mean, I know that you can't talk too much about the plans because you're still working out the details, but it seemed like that was a big barrier for us. So what have we been able to accomplish that would allow us to address that facility problem?
And that's one reason it took longer, because we had people go out and put eyes on 20 locations, and in some cases, maybe almost every room in those 20 locations. Then they matched who they might need to move for a class to a bigger space. And if that bigger space was already occupied by something else, what way could they approach doing that differently? For example, one of them, the science labs, that was a pretty good, that resolved a number of oversized classes in several schools. But that basically takes that lab out of play for use. So like so many other things, and I think that's one thing that makes teachers, I think it's one thing that makes them uncomfortable. Certainly this fear of the virus and the uncertainty around it would make anyone uncomfortable. But I think it also, we're asking people to teach in a way we've been trying to get them not to teach for 25 years. So it is the antithesis of what our dedicated, committed teachers want to be doing, but it's what we got to do to get them back in school. So if that means we can't do lab, or, some of them were very concerned that I'm going to now be facing here instead of, if you're the teacher, I'm facing you, because I'm in that place. Well, better I'm not facing you than I'm sitting at home not in contact with you. There's some choices like that, and it goes against sort of the grain to make those adjustments. So that's a part that I think plays into discomfort. So in every school, they've gone through and looked to see, what can we do differently? How can we differently arrange this? I don't believe, Dr. McDonald, you all have identified any place yet where you have to pull a number out of a class like we had to do with pre-K. I don't think you've got any circumstance where you're having to do that.
We have not at this time. Everybody has been able to adjust by moving kids from second period to third period or moving to a larger space.
So some of it's schedule rearrangement. Then they've also had to go and establish how they're going to flow traffic. So it's a single flow, whatever configuration the building's in. Some of our buildings are exactly the same. Others are very different. Probably the most challenging was, I guess, Bryson Middle School, because it has the smallest rooms. Their rooms are not 810 10 square feet. Now, the fact that it was a former high school, they had some spaces that other middle schools didn't have, so that helped to a degree. And I'm sure they did some moving around in there, changing of schedules. Just taking longer to do that because there were more places to do it. Because as you recall, there were over 500 classes at the middle school level that wouldn't fit in that 25 configured classroom. I think we've now got it where we can get 26 with the latest configuration in a room, but that's still, there's a bunch of classes that had to be moved somewhere else. And literally in some cases had to send somebody out to physically lay out the room to make sure we weren't just going off the as-built drawings.
I know that you're hesitant at this point to give a whole lot of the timeline, but I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly say we've met with the medical professionals, we've met with the principals of the schools. You intend to meet again this week with the principals and with some select teachers from each school. And it's your anticipation that next week there will be a plan presented to the public.
That is certainly my hope at this point.
And that the current plan that the board has approved would allow you to do that without the board having to take action the next week. We could actually announce
I
something.
believe so.
Okay.
When we begin to move into high school, then we're talking about the entire district. You all may need to act again.
Okay. A few questions about the number of students with Fs, because I just wanted to make sure I understood that. 'Cause one, it surprised me that we had higher percentages of students virtual. That number between the virtual students who are struggling and the kids in face-to-face who are struggling, those numbers surprised me a little. I heard you describe some interventions for the kids who are getting face-to-face instruction. Are the students who are getting virtual instruction also eligible for the same interventions?
Yes, so that was the first slide after that F slide was just the K virtual school students. Obviously, we still have to do that virtually because they're not in face-to-face. But yes, they have a remediation block built into their schedule. So that may be a little bit more forceful for some students versus it's been used up to this point where we've allowed parents and students to request help and the teacher use it for that period. We may need to get a little more forceful on some kids. We say you need to be here. Ms. Dean and the administrators are also working through. It's a little bit harder sometimes in a full virtual program if kids aren't showing up for Google Meets and aren't doing the work because you don't ever see them in person. And so, we're working through some of those things as far as processes on how to get those kids engaged if they're not, and meeting with parents, or if we need to, even accelerating that to the district level where Mr. Owens' staff goes out if we need to knock on the door to find out why the students are not completing their work during the day. So as I said, first 9 weeks, we anticipated some of that just because it's a huge shift for kids. As you know, the parental support is critical in that, particularly for the elementary grades who don't have quite the independence as some of those others do. The resounding piece, though, has still been that the kids, an overwhelming majority, are still wanting to stay in virtual. So our next step is just we need to work with them more. If need be, we try to put out some parent structures. We've actually had some parents offer to as you just said, if I can help in any way with other parent structures at home. Because structure for younger kids is going to be critical. It's not just wake up and do your work when you want to do it, but that structure is critical for the kids to be successful.
When you look at these students who have Fs, knowing that some of it is being corrected because it's assignments that didn't get turned in, that certainly happened at our household, and we are so thankful that there was a parent-teacher conference before there was a report card, because some things that we had been assured had been turned in, as we thought had been turned in, had not been turned in. And so even at the Lewis household, that glitch got fixed. But do you still think that the majority of these Fs are because the student doesn't understand the content, or is it because the students haven't done the work?
I would say from the virtual side, a larger majority of that is because they've not handed in assignments. And so some of those, to your point, once parents saw the report card, we pulled these grades at the 9 weeks day. So of course, some of those probably have already been corrected from, just like you gave the example. And we're trying to extend grace to the parents on that, because just like you, until they saw, if we couldn't get to a parent conference and with the number of kids, we necessarily did not get to a parent conference every parent before the 9 weeks. But they're supposed to be in contact with parents, of course, if they're failing. And so, certainly once those report cards come out and they saw they actually had Fs, in many times it was a little wake up call for the students or the parents in some cases. Not unlike what I would say having taught sixth grade. We talk about sixth and ninth grade as huge transition years. Sixth grade and ninth grade by far will be your highest number of Fs in a school, normally the first 9 weeks, because kids don't believe you that it's changed from elementary to middle and middle to high, or parents or whatever it happens to be. After that, we see a decline once the kids get the intervention and the help we need. So we would anticipate the very same thing for the virtual now. The kids have kind of adjusted to it.
Even though they're in a new grading period, even though they got a grade that said this is how you've done, they can still continue to turn in those assignments.
They can, yes. Every school right now has, middle schools I know have a consistent policy about that, and we'll be providing some direction on the schools on some policies around that for this time. Again, extending grace in the time of, uncertainty for families and new learning models. Certainly same in the virtual program. We're not going to allow that to go too far where you're in the fourth 9 weeks and you're making up work from the first 9 weeks. But within an extended grace period, you would have some time to go back and, turn in some of that work if you neglected it, and now all of a sudden your parents may be on you to turn that work in.
The remediation programs, one thing that really piqued my interest was the idea of transportation is being provided for those programs. Can we just talk a little bit about how are we doing that?
So in the morning, the good thing for the elementary in the morning, they are arriving to school about an hour to 45 minutes early. So that is automatic time that we have with those kids in the morning. So the transportation is naturally provided for those students. We're giving them the option and the after school and elementary to, if they choose to do an after school program, they can provide transportation home for those students. If they, now maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours by the time the buses come back to pick them up. So, certainly those schools can choose to do that, or they may choose to remediate the bus riders in the morning. Since we have a captive audience at that time, they may choose to remediate car riders after school because there's more flexibility. 2 hours probably in a remediation program, elementary is a little bit heavy after a full 6.5 hour day. So we're playing with some of those numbers in the best interest of students. But anything after school that we do provide, we want to make sure bus riders would have the same equitable opportunity to participate.
But we're not providing additional routes. We're just taking advantage of the fact that we already have to get the elementary school kids there earlier to accommodate getting them to the middle school and high school.
For the morning, yes.
We actually would be doing both.
Okay.
In the afternoon, they may also be running additional routes.
Okay.
So that cost estimate I gave you, that would also be an allowable expense under the funds we're getting from SDE. That would include, we actually estimated based on running those routes almost everywhere, so that the number I gave you is probably a pretty solid number.
Okay.
Probably won't have to run quite that many.
And
kind of tailoring that to each community.
Are those remediation opportunities compulsory, or are these things that families can opt into if they choose to?
We really can't make them compulsory. It would be an opt-in just like it is now currently. All schools run similar programs now. Like I said, they just usually start a little bit later after Christmas or as it gets closer to testing. We don't, virtual school, particularly with those students, because they don't have to drive anywhere. They don't have to, we'll be a little bit more stricter on, loosely requiring those. We can't obviously make the kids sign in, but, with the parents, when we have the conversations, it's going to be your child needs to participate in this. Certainly, from the families at school, they're in brick and mortar. That a lot of times just depends on the family situation. In the morning, like I said, though, that's a little bit in the morning for the elementary, which is why we're most interested in that option. We do have the ability to say, if you're at school 45 minutes early, you're going to be doing remediation with the teacher. So that we do anyway, because the parents don't have to get them to school. We just do that because the bus is already there. The after school is a little bit more tricky because it is involved parent schedules.
So one of the things I remember us talking about a lot during the start time conversation was the assumption that just because somebody rides a bus doesn't mean that they're a low performing student. The assumption that because somebody rides the bus doesn't mean they could also benefit from extra help, even if they're not a low performing student. So if I'm a bus rider and I get to school 45 minutes early, but I'm not a student who's failing, can I still participate in remediation at my school, or am I not eligible for that because of my grades?
I wouldn't say you're not necessarily eligible. What I would say is we're going to triage, and as you probably saw the numbers, 6 to 8 students per teacher won't go real far. So that's not to say those students necessarily couldn't participate in other enrichment activities. They may not need remediation. But that doesn't say they couldn't participate in some other remediation or enrichment activities that, you might be able to do 20 kids social distance still and do some of those activities. So with the 6 to 8, which is what we feel like in 6-week period, 6 to 8 kids per teacher, you can make a good bit of ground. We certainly are not going to make bus riders who don't need remediation to go through remediation. This will be targeted to those kids that do.
But there's no, your question might have also related to the funding for that, Mr. Lewis. There is no restriction on the funding, so if a student wanted to come in there and participate, they could come in there and participate. That wouldn't be a problem or an issue. Remember, one of the other compounding issues that we have, not only with this, but really more so with the return, is we're still capped at 67% capacity on buses, which is going to have an impact. Already is at middle school to a degree, and they built in some remediation time to help with that. And at whatever point we have middle school back in, that's going to have a domino effect at the high school level as well. And right now, based on the latest conversations we had last Thursday with SDE, with the state superintendent, there is at this point no short-term plan to remove the 67% restriction on capacity.
The final question I just have is about the numbers of staff who are isolating or quarantined. And I know generally at each of these presentations, there seems to be this is the number of students who are quarantining, and this is how many of those students were exposed at an athletic event, which has led me to wonder how many of these adults who are quarantining because they were exposed at an athletic event. Do we know whether there is a disproportionate number of coaches at the middle school and high school level who may be been exposed during an athletic event and are quarantining or isolating?
We'll have to send that to you, but yes, we do know. I just don't have it in here.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Ashley, could you put up the L's?
That one right there, Mr. Sutter?
Yes.
Or this one? This one?
Either one, doesn't matter.
Go
That
ahead,
would be
I
fine
don't
to
know
start
better
with.
one or two.
They both look bad.
I never can tell the difference either.
That's fine. Is my what? Yeah. I saw the harbor lights. Did you get that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. McCoy,
Yes, sir.
are those grades there alarming to you, or
Well,
when you look at that, what do you think?
they're certainly alarming. The first 9 weeks, obviously, we have plenty of time to put in remediation practices just like we would. We would look at this just like we do. Any school looks at their Fs or their T21 data after the first 9 weeks and puts remediations and structures in place to help students catch up or remediate that missed content. Certainly, we don't want to see any, even back, I would say, in the 2019, when you look at those Fs, we don't want students to have any Fs or failing in school. So we're always going to put remediation practices in place to catch those up. Do I believe we can remediate those students? Or, as I mentioned before, a large majority of those in virtual and even in brick and mortar are not handed ins. It doesn't mean the students don't know the content. It means they did not turn the work in, so therefore they're getting zeros and Fs because of the work not turned in. We can very easily remediate. Well, it's not even a remediation. We can very easily fix that. Some of that will naturally happen now with elementary being back 5 days. We expect to see a pretty quick improvement with that immediately because teachers have the kids in front of them to be able to get that work back.
If I look at high school, is this the first quarter grade?
Yes, sir.
Right. So if I am in a high school that has the traditional schedule, then it's going to be the first quarter grade on a course you're going to take the full year.
Right.
If I'm in a block schedule school, then at the end of the second quarter, I'm going to be through with that course and I can start U course. Right. If we look at those particular students, Dr. Royster, can we put our seniors back in school second semester for 5 days a week?
not at this point and follow the protocols that have been set forth. We do believe that we've got more than one option to move them back in for significantly longer periods of time. So without going into all the detail of that, because we hadn't fully vetted each one of those options, it looks like it could be 70% or more time back in school. So right now, on average, they're in 40% over a 10-day period. They're in 4 days in person. That's 40%. We believe we can get that to 70% and follow all the established protocols, either keeping the distance or DHEC's equivalent of keeping the distance, which is in those plexiglass constraints. And we already have plexiglass panels that we have procured through the state that are larger than the ones we used at elementary school to account for the difference in size. They're adult-sized plexiglass panels.
Plexiglass is no use to a high school because we're not going to put plexiglass in high school.
Yes, sir.
We are.
We believe that's part of the solution at high school. That can help us get to a much higher percentage of students back in school. Doesn't get us to 100% 5 days a week, but we believe it can get us to a higher percentage. Still got to deal with the changing of classes and transitions and that sort of thing.
We know how many of those else for seniors.
Yes, sir. We have it broken down by grade level. I will tell you for seniors have the least number of Fs.
But if I'm a senior and I'm in a traditional school, if I've got a very low grade, then I've got a lot to make up. One thing I like about the block schedule in the first semester is whether you did good or bad, you can start over second semester. But if I have got on a traditional schedule, then there's no way that I can start over. I have to just simply take and do that.
You can't start over, but keeping in mind, Mr. Sutter, for the traditional schools, we're only in the first block. And so they still have 3 quarters to improve that grade for an overall cumulative passing grade.
And what's the lowest grade you can make?
The lowest passing grade?
Yeah.
Lowest passing grade is 60.
So, but if I don't do anything, do I get a 0?
Yes, sir. Or if you don't hand it in.
Was there a time when you said you can only give them a 50, you can't give them a 0?
You're talking about your grading floor. And
Yeah.
the grading floor at high school, Mr. Ryman?
At the excuse me, at the end of the grading period, it's a 50, but during the actual quarter, they can receive zeros, unlike the middle school.
But they're the lowest recorded grade for the quarter.
Yes, sir.
Average grade would be a 50.
That's right. So, Mr. Sutton, the lowest, maybe a different way of answering that question, the lowest F that would have been on this chart would be a 50. And the seniors, which you referenced, are in some cases considered the most at risk. When I was talking about, we're already bringing some of those kids back. If it's a senior that's failing multiple classes, they are rising to the top of the list because, to your point, time is running out for them as opposed to a ninth grader.
If I'm making during the class all zeros, 9 weeks when it comes to report card, I can only have a 50. I don't have a 0. So we've given them 50 points.
Which prevents exactly what you were talking about earlier with Sutton. They're able to, the bulk of the year, do work to get themselves out of the hole they dug for themselves in the first 9 weeks. That's what that allows to happen. Most of the failing grades would appear based on the comments. Because, there are comments teachers can send in the report card. When you look at the analysis of comments, there are multiple comments that have to do with basically, you didn't do your work, didn't hand it in. It's not that straightforward. There are multiple comments you could choose that would mean that. Those were by far, in overwhelming number, the comments that teachers made on report cards. which leads us to the conclusion that a significant amount of this failure is, you heard Jeff say they use the term NHI. Really, all that means is not handed in. They didn't turn the work in. So we believe a large number of the failures have to do with just not doing the work. Just like one of the things we find when people have said something to us about a student not participating, not getting the e-learning, doing the things they're supposed to do there, we find out they weren't showing up. They weren't fulfilling their end of the bargain, so to speak. The teacher was there. Teacher was conducting online to high school level, because that's the example we're talking about right now. They were conducting online office hours to help students. Student wasn't showing up for them. We found students that have jobs. They're doing other things. So while I won't say that they're not areas that we could improve, because there certainly are, there are also examples where we see that students were not carrying out kind of their end of the bargain. And I think to a degree, this grade was certainly a wake-up call for them, as well as for us, that we need to be doing some things differently.
Yeah. I'm looking at the quality of an education, and when I look at a student and their work is, say, a 30, but I give them a 50. So if I'm in a yearly course, then that 50 is going to have to be 70 or 80 to get to a passing grade at the semester. But I got to do it for the full year. If I'm the person that is on the block schedule, then I don't have that problem, because when at the end of the semester, because I was on a block, if I failed it, I failed it. I can take it again second semester, or I can just simply forget it and go on in that regard.
Yes, you remember we all have prayer recovery and content recovery in place. So even on a 7th period day, usually typically second, 9th, or third, if those needs are failing, they place it in content recovery content. So they don't have to wait till that course is done and failed before the end of the year. They can start recovering that content prior to the end of the year if they're on a 7th period day. They can also stay at after hours, so we want blocks, for example, which I need all 4 blocks classes second semester to graduate. They can do credit recovery before school practice as well. We have multiple options for students if they are failing. And these, I'll point out 15 tests that we're talking about, it's not just 50, these are anywhere from 50 to 59. So in some cases, we get maybe on the very cusp of that need as well.
Okay, those that are failing, can we just put them? Would it be helped if we put them back in school for 5 days a week, whether I'm on a traditional or a block schedule? I'm trying to find a way that we can get these. I'm worried about seniors. When we're through with them, we're through with them. I'm really worried about everybody, because at the end of the school year, we'll have to decide, are they going to be promoted or retained? And I hope that we're looking at that. I don't think you can have the same standard for this end of this school year as we had in the past school years. Well, I would hope that that would be shared with the board at some time. You know, we're getting close to the end of the school year. And so we need to think about, how am I going to determine whether you passed or whether you failed? With elementary school, if I've got to be retained, that's very significant. If I'm in high school, then if I didn't pass enough to go from a sophomore to a junior, then I've got to do with that as well. So I'm focusing on, hopefully, on the seniors, but the seniors that are failing, and I'm looking at when they go ahead and they graduate and they got a diploma from our school district, I want to make sure that diploma means as much as it did a diploma they got last year. Even though I understand that what we're looking at in this school year is different from every school year we've ever had before. So we can't be saying, well, never mind, we'll just go ahead and give them a grade and let them go on. We still have got to give them an education. And I'm looking at seniors, and if I'm on a block schedule, and I've got to have 21 units to graduate, and I can do 4 units second semester, I can do that. But if I'm on a traditional schedule, then I've got a different thing to go. I know I can only have a 50 at the end of the semester, so I'm really not doomed. That means I just got to work a little bit harder. And in the past, if I had those 30s and 20s, I'd just say, hey, I give up. Okay, no way. I can make 100 still not pass that. But we solved that. So the two thing, I would hope that we can continue to focus on our seniors, and especially those seniors that got else. We want to make sure that it's possible for them to go 5 days a week, then we should try to do that. If they can't go 5 days a week, then those that got else, can they go 5 days a week? I'm just trying to get them through.
Yes, sir. Point well taken. And I believe you see in there, Mr. Reimer mentioned we're trying to get them back to 4 days because the teachers still have to do their e-learning on that 5th day. And the focus is on those students that are failing. And within that group, the prioritization would be seniors first. We're not going to lower the standard for the work you have to do. Where we probably need to be a little more flexible is they need to go back and do this work they hadn't handed in. And they need to get it handed in. And if that takes extra time, then we need to the grace we need to show is for extra time, not for knowing less. So that's the approach we'll take to it.
I'm worried on 2 fronts. One is they graduated, but they didn't earn the graduation.
And we don't want to produce graduates that have not earned it, nor do we intend to.
Unlike any other year we've ever had. So we got to take different measures. And I would hope at the end of the school year, when we look at all of our students in all of our grades, if we're going to just say, we'll go ahead and hook them up to the next grade, may not make much of a difference unless it says, I can't go from Spanish 1 to Spanish 2 if I fail Spanish 1. If I failed a course in high school, if I failed Spanish 1, can I still go ahead and take Spanish 2? Or we got to retake Spanish 1?
No, so you need to retake Spanish. You'd either have to retake Spanish 1 or you'd have to do credit recovery Spanish 1.
Okay, so I can't automatically go to Spanish 2 or any other foreign language.
No, sir, and we would never recommend that because we would be setting that child up for failure. It's just like math. Math is a very it builds those skills build. There's other courses that they don't build as much that you could do that with, but foreign language and math are definitely courses that you could not do that with. So we want to make sure the kids have a strong foundation.
How are we doing in high school on labs?
I'm sorry, on what, Mr.
How are we doing in high school on courses that have a lab?
Oh, well, currently they're still, right now with the 2 days a week, they have a lot smaller numbers of kids coming in. So we're still doing the labs, particularly in the chemistry, in some of those areas that you have to have.
Physics, biology.
Correct. Biology has less labs, obviously, than chemistry and physics does. But yes, we're still doing those labs with the kids. Obviously, the kids are there 2 days a week right now, currently with the current attendance plan, but they are still doing their labs.
Okay. I sometimes fail to understand how I can be sitting on a computer doing the lab.
They have the ability to do the lab in person. Now, they can't do it from home. So on the days that they're at home, we have amazing teachers who can adjust instruction. So they may do a lot of more pre-work at home on the day that they're sitting at home doing e-learning. So when they come in that day in person, they're actually in the lab doing the lab.
Okay, let's take care of our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
I want to ask a couple of things. First, where do the homeless students fit in? I know I can hear a lot of progress in the last month or so in looking at at-risk groups and bringing them back in for more in-person instruction as quickly as you can. And I know you were going to take a look at that.
Yeah, turned it off. They would really, if they're doing well and being successful, they're probably not going to come in extra time. But it may be that they have a greater likelihood of not doing well and not being successful, and they would come in for extra time. We're really looking at it from a performance issue. Are they doing well in their courses or not?
Maybe, I guess the question would be, can we take a look at how many of these who are not being successful are in that category by virtue of being homeless, not being able to take advantage of some of the supports?
Yeah, we can look and see if they're disproportionately represented. I don't know the answer to that.
And if that's true, then I just would like to take that into account when thinking about how to prioritize who comes back. Another thing, the very first slide that mentions the numbers of cases. Yeah, let's see. First,
Are you talking about
that one?
That's from the metrics.
The prevalence rate on, talk about that prevalence rate, 1640.
It would appear Dr. McCreary is paying attention, I think, but I'm gonna let him speak to the prevalence rate. But I believe that is one which he calculates exactly as DHEC calculates to convert a county of less than 100,000 to 100,000. Is that?
Yes, sir, that's correct. Really, the only difference between the 2-week incidence rate and the prevalence rate is the time period. Everything else is the same. So the 2-week incidence rate is a look back over the past 2 weeks, whereas the prevalence rate is a look back since the period I began calculating. So this 550.2 is the rate per 100,000 over really a 2-month period. And that's comparative to the same 2-month period for the county and the state. So that prevalence rate is a rolling period. It is cumulative from the first time I started calculating these numbers, which was 9/17, until last Thursday.
So last meeting, that prevalence rate was increasing significantly. So does this mean that in the last 2 weeks, there's been a reduction from 1.8?
Yes, there has been a reduction. Approximately over the past 2 weeks, we've had a 10% reduction.
Okay. In the number testing positive?
Right.
Okay. But what is the number of students who have tested positive in that same period?
The number of students for the last week has been, or is, 53.
Okay, and no, I just will continue to ask that as long as I'm able. It's not too much longer, but try to, bring back the numbers of students too, because sometimes people in the community look at the very, 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 very tiny
Sure. So the
percentages without really understanding, but these are the number of actual students who've been affected.
The week ending 10/28, there were 71 new cases. The week ending 11/4, 53 new cases.
Okay. This is kind of a story that relates to the athletics numbers you talked about, Dr. Royster. When I went to vote early, waiting in line for several hours at the rec center down in Simpsonville, down in that satellite center, all the people who were waiting in line were asked to and complying with wearing masks to vote. Many of whom were vulnerable individuals, seniors. But when all of the young people came in after that same line was still in place for hours, they came in for volleyball and other sports activities with their parents and adults relating to them. I saw no masks at all. And then they filtered in through the line of voters without their mask, going to and from various gyms within that facility. So what I don't understand, when we know that the spikes are coming specifically in relation to athletic events, I know there's some higher ed institutions who are looking at consequences for students who do not follow any kind of protocol once they get off campus. Do we have any training or any expectation of our athletes and their families once they get off our campuses to encourage them to continue with safety protocols when we know that those spikes are going to have a negative impact when they return to school and in the community?
I don't think, other than coaches saying, you know, if you're out there and you're potentially getting exposed in what you're doing out in the community, then you can adversely affect the team that you're on. Because there's really not a good way to enforce that, particularly when their parents are permitting, or in, you know, some cases they may not know they're doing it, but in other cases, as you described, permitting or condoning that. Because I think you were making the example, though everybody might not have heard it exactly the same way. These were young people involved in some sort of recreational sports activity. This wasn't a school team.
Right.
We've got certain protocols. I would have to.
They were all our students for the most part.
Yes. I think our coaches, our athletic directors have really done a good job of enforcing the protocols with their teams. And I believe that's one of the reasons, though we've had some team quarantines, that we really have had very few, because they've done a really good job of following the protocols that are laid out, keeping them apart from one another when they're not actually engaged in the sport, and doing a good job of tracing when they have been in proximate contact for too long a period. So I think our folks have done a very good job with that. Unfortunately, that same thing is not happening out in the community. And I think that was one of the points being made. I guess it was a week ago. This past Friday, they had another press conference downtown. Mayor and representatives from Prisma and Bon Secours and DHEC encouraging and bringing to the attention of all of us that we need to follow these protocols and wear a mask if we can't keep the 6 feet apart like we have in here. To me, that's another reason that we're better served when we get our students in school to have them in school, because we know they're following those protocols, at least when they're in school. That cuts down the time that they're out there not following them. But if we would all be, I think, more cognizant of doing that out in the community, it would help this rate of spread. That, you know, right now we're a little bit of a downward trend. I hope that will continue, and perhaps that's in part due to that reminder that was issued a week ago Friday that we need to be more cognizant of what we're doing.
Okay, last question relates to the number of Fs. We're not seeing a presentation in terms of what the numbers of Fs usually are at this time. So in the
there is one.
Slide. Okay.
It compares this year's brick and mortar with last year's. Of course, your inside is significantly different.
Okay, I was thinking 2019, 20 was like spring of last year.
Well, that's 2019 of last year, first quarter.
Okay.
So about 3 times the number at elementary, about percentage-wise, about 3 times the percentage, about 3 times the percentage at middle school, and, you know, not quite double. Well, 28%, 18%. That doubled would be 36%. So proportionally much less at the high school level, actually, than last year, percentage-wise. Raw number, obviously more.
At a time, do you know how much more time you have?
Under 2 minutes.
Now that's students with Fs, not Fs.
Yeah.
So you could
Students
be in
would-
there
yeah.
with one app, or you could be in there with, some of them are
Right.
4 or 5.
So really what I'm asking is to consider tracking those who are not signing in if they are virtual students or otherwise by computer. Because when you're saying they're not turning in their work, that implies that they're attending class and choosing for whatever reason, or just unable. There's some reason they're not turning in their work. But I'd be interested to know how many of them are not tuning in at all. And if there are numbers like that, I would think we might need some sort of, just as we do with on track, there are certain flags we look for and responses we provide. But what about those students and families perhaps who are so overwhelmed by the online aspect, they're just electing not to participate, and they might need a different kind of help than remediation just to get them engaged with it. So
Now, I think that's one of the things that Mr. Reimer and the principals are looking at particularly at the high school level, because it's kind of where that last discussion was centered, but certainly at every level. And we do know who doesn't have the ability to connect. And I think you all recall we rolled out, I think, 1,800 hotspots. We've started deploying those solar-powered Wi-Fi panels out in the county. At this point, I think it's a lack of engagement for whatever reason, rather than a lack of having the ability to engage. Although I'm sure there are some small number that perhaps lack the ability to engage.
I don't mean just technology
Right.
access, but understanding of how to use the technology is another part of that. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that I've missed? I'd like to ask a question. I'll turn it back over to you. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it.
You have for you a administration. I'm sorry. You have a request in front of you from the administration to waive the grade 5 and 8 MAP testing. The reason we're bringing this to you is in the strategic plan several years ago, you all added a measure in time to give us some sort of national comparison at those 2 grades. All right. And it ties to the performance goal that you see listed. Annual increase in percentage of K-5 students reading on grade level is defined by Faunus and Pinnell, Fastbridge, MAP, and other district measures. The only place we're actually given MAP is the 5th and the 8th grade. Considering the time we've already spent away from direct academic instruction and the amount of testing we've had to do this year with the added requirement from the state, Jeff, for pre and post testing of all students, we would request you waive this requirement this year for the 2021 school year, simply to give us back more instructional time and not have to do the MAP testing this particular year. Dr. McCreary can speak more directly to that. Jason, do you have something to add to that?
No, sir, nothing specifically. I can just say over the last few weeks, especially the last few days, as the time's drawing nearer in planning and preparing for the December 1 testing, or December 2 testing of MAP, we have a lot of school test coordinators and other staff who have to coordinate just this one test in addition to many other tests, and coordinating in-person and virtual students for testing on site takes up a tremendous amount of time. And so they have asked us for relief as well. And that's just one additional reason, so that our school test coordinators, who are typically instructional staff, they may be in or administrative staff, so they can concentrate on prioritizing educational instruction rather than additional testing.
So, Mr. Shamley, could I ask a question? Okay, thank you. I too agree that we should have testing for a lot of reasons, but I think the pre and post test by the state, and then having the MAP test and so forth, I think it's a great idea to waive the MAP testing for grades 5th and 8th. So I'm going to make the motion to waive MAP testing for grade 5 and 8 for the 2021 school year.
Second.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. So 3.03, Mr. Shamley, an overview of the policies pertaining to sexual harassment. And this,
No.
he wanted this second. And this is this is Dr. Cristobal O'Connor's.
There are other staff you're waiting for to come in, is that correct?
Mr. Webb is the keynote for this section, so
Next. It is always the
I'll
keynote.
get round up the others while he kicks off this segment. I'm going to get some water anyway.
All right. Well, good afternoon. This is part 2 of a follow-up from last committee of the whole, which we talked about sexual harassment. This is a policy overview. So this has been in the works for several months now. We've been working on internally, working with board members, and what this is designed to give is a quick hits of policies. There are several policies in here that I could talk about for 10, 15, 20 minutes just by themselves. So really what I want to take is about 30 seconds to a minute on each one. And then certainly answer any questions you have at the end of this presentation. But for these policies, I've broken it down to employee-related policies, a lot in section G, and then student-related policies in section J. But I would be remiss if I didn't say, as far as policy development, if you notice most of these policies have been updated, if not all, within the last 5 to 10 years. And I think that's speaks volumes of you as a board, and taking the initiative to update these policies to have them current, have them address sexual harassment, and to deal with those topics. So without further ado, and I will say this, anytime that we update a policy, we will look at other school districts throughout the country. We will look at SCASBA, the School Boards Association, to see what their model policy might be. We will look at, obviously, current law, all kinds of different sources when we update policies and revise policies. We did that with Title IX. We've done that with policy GBV that we'll be talking about here in a minute. So certainly it's a long process, can be long, and but a very worthwhile and valuable process in doing that. All right, so I don't know if there's a way to move the top here, maybe not here, but policy GBN is the first one that I will be talking about. That's the core policy for is discipline and separation of employees. And that really mirrors the Teacher Employment Dismissal Act in South Carolina. That's section 5925.410 and subsequent laws that really talks about the discipline related to teachers. All of those, including those with induction contracts, typically first-year teachers, annual contracts, typically second, third-year teachers, and then continuing contracts those that have been teaching in the profession for several years typically. And so really what that policy does, it talks about when those employees, teachers and non-teachers, non-certified staff, engage in any sort of misconduct, poor judgment, any kind of conduct that would impair their ability, manifest fitness is what the state law says, to continue working, to continue teaching, then the board and the district will take appropriate action. Certainly we use progressive discipline to the extent we can use discipline, and work with teachers to rehabilitate, to work and to improve. But certainly there are some actions, some conduct that are non-negotiables, that will all just by themselves be so egregious that we have to part ways. And certainly sexual harassment is usually one of those circumstances that would fall under the egregious conduct that just by itself, in the four corners of that conduct, would require separation of employment. This policy talks about outside conduct by employees as well. If that's brought back into the school environment, so certainly sexual harassment, whether it be social media or anything of that nature, between teachers and staff, and of course anything with student behavior as well. If it's student on student, that's addressed in a different policy. But this policy talks about outside conduct when it's brought back into the school setting would be grounds for discipline as well. The policy talks about the requirement, the obligation for the school district to report to the South Carolina Department of Ed any sort of misconduct that could result in teacher certification action. So it's incumbent on us not to judge if there's any suspicion whatsoever that we should report. We do report, and that's emphasized to principals, to schools, to HR, and working throughout the process. I'll take a moment to say this. Some of this, we're talking about discipline, we're talking about sexual harassment, we're talking about employees. We have nearly 10,000 employees, and I don't want it to sound negative towards employees as I'm presenting this. The vast majority of our employees care, work hard to treat students with respect, mentors, teach, are great people. Sometimes they might make a mistake, and sometimes things happen, such as on rare circumstances, sexual harassment. But these are the policies that will address those situations. All right, see if this works here. It says it's talking, but it's not really talking. There we go. All right. So the rule GBN primarily has an appellate process for employees when they are terminated. It details what's in state law with the Teacher Employment Dismissal Act, but also it gives an appeals process for classified and non-certified staff. They can appeal to their level at their department or at their school, all the way up to the superintendent, and then to you as a board of trustees, if you grant a hearing. GBU is the code of conduct, board policy that deals with the code of conduct and the ethics for employees. The first part of that policy really talks about what behavior teachers, staff members, employees should model for students. It should be a role model for students. Act in a professional manner, treat students with respect, obey the law. All that would certainly prohibit sexual harassment in any form of students. Monitor the health and safety of students. Now, the second part of that policy doesn't pertain directly on sexual harassment. It really pertains more to the Ethics Act under South Carolina law, making sure that no one uses their position for any sort of financial gain for themselves or for a family member. GBK is an administrative rule that deals primarily with the suspension of suspension of employees. Really talks about when the school observes or hears and finds out about misconduct, what is the appropriate response. And typically that will be placing an employee on administrative leave. All right. Two primary reasons for placing an employee on administrative leave. one, to get them out of the situation. All right, remove them from the students, remove them from the situation. And two, preserve evidence. Collect and preserve evidence, get statements, do a thorough investigation. And look, and many times it's for the protection of the employee to remove them from the situation. Again, I would be remiss if I didn't say that there are times that we have allegations that are unfounded or unsubstantiated after a thorough review. And so removing them from the situation, doing a thorough investigation, and finding out the results and taking appropriate action is the appropriate best practice for us to do as a district. This rule also provides administrative leave checklists. This was put in place a few years ago internally as a safeguard. It's really run through HR, the Deputy Superintendent's office, and it has a checklist of everything that we do as administration when someone's placed on administrative leave, contacting law enforcement if that duty is triggered, cutting off email and access to the internet, our district systems, contacting legal, contacting everybody that needs to be contacted. So this checklist is a very valuable resource. It also shows, in a year or two, if we need it, what we did at that time of that investigation. So that's a very important tool that we've put into place. And of course, like I said earlier, in several policies, including this rule, there is an emphasis that anytime there is criminal conduct that occurs on campus and sexual harassment can rise to that level, then we have an obligation by state law to report that immediately to law enforcement for them to investigate. I've included policy GAE here, it's complaints and grievances, just because there could be situations where an employee is accused of sexual harassment, they disagree with the findings, and they could, let's just say hypothetically, it doesn't rise to the level of separation, they could appeal that decision. They believe the investigation was wrong, the findings were wrong, whatever the case might be. This is a form of due process for employees. I think it's a good layer of due process to make sure that an investigation is done the right way, thoroughly, and allows employees a voice in the process. So this policy really tasks the superintendent for creating this layered approach for an appellate process and to file a grievance. And it's further delineated in Administrative Rule GAE that, again, sort of like GBN, it starts at the lowest level, department, school, can go all the way up, different layers, different eyes will look at it and review it to confirm that it was done appropriately. And it can go all the way up to the Board of Trustees. All right, GAAB, briefly, I'll mention this one just because it touches on sexual harassment, but this is sexual harassment between employees, between staff members. I know the focus of this presentation is sexual harassment related to students, so I just did want to bring this to your attention. It's a very important policy and rule, but again, it's a complaint process for employees who believe that they've been the victim of sexual harassment. It talks about what sexual harassment is, the definitions of sexual harassment, and it contains a complaint form at the end of the administrative rule for them to submit to their supervisor to launch that investigation and that review. All right, policy GBB. It's an important one, and if you recall a couple years ago that you guys passed, we worked hard on it collectively, and really the way I look at this policy, this sort of three sections to it. One, the first section really talks about positive relationships, what relationships should be between staff members and students. Should be role models, mentors, and healthy relationships, instructional, emotional well-being fostered by that relationship. Then you have a second part of that policy on the other end of the spectrum that talks about prohibited conduct, sexual harassment, for example. Okay, grooming talks about grooming, defines grooming. You know, as you know, grooming is drawing a student, usually over time, with nefarious motives and intent, into some sort of sexual relationship, which is obviously completely 110% prohibited and certainly against the law. So that's that second part, where you have the encouraged behavior, the strictly prohibited behavior of sexual harassment. And then you have that third section in GBV that talks really about the gray area, the blurred lines, the boundaries that could be crossed a lot of times inadvertently between employees and students. And that could be the use of social media, between them, the gifts, things of that nature that could be with the best intent, but could also be perceived to be inappropriate depending on the circumstances. This, to my knowledge, we are the only school district still in South Carolina with a policy on this kind of behavior that talks about specifically grooming and maintaining appropriate boundaries between staff and students. One of the few in the Southeast, and really not many nationally, with a policy like this. So, you know, it's again a testament to you guys for taking this on and passing this a few years ago. Students, now I covered this a lot last month with regard to Title IX, so I don't want to go into it in great depth today. But JCDAG, policy and rule of JCDAG, are your fundamental policies and rules and processes regarding sexual harassment of students. Like I said last month, it defines what sexual harassment is, talks about obligations for employees to be able to recognize it, to report it immediately to their supervisor, for the supervisor to work with the Title IX coordinator for the district, who is Brian Sherman, as you all know now, and work to address each and every situation of possible suspected sexual harassment. All right. And that's extremely important. The policy and rule also talks about training, both for students and, you know, Aaron's law will be talked about a little bit more here in a little bit. But for students, whether it be, and it's again age appropriate training, so it will look different in kindergarten and third, fourth grade, for example, up to high school will certainly look different. But age appropriate training through a variety of resources. It could be through guidance counselors. It could be through Julie Valentine. It could be through assemblies, all kinds of different resources for schools to use. And that's very, very important for both the training of staff and students. Certainly consequences are discussed in the policy and rule with regard to it, and for employees, you know, sexual harassment, like I've talked about, is really a non-negotiable. It will usually lead to a separation of employment. You know, I guess there could be some sort of form of maybe a joke, off-color joke or something of that nature that might not rise to that level, but any sort of touching or sexual relationship, that is a non-negotiable. Administrative rule of JCDAG, again, you guys really were enamored by my flow chart last month that I had along with this. But really a bifurcated process for the complaint process now under Title IX. The regs, like you all know, changed over the summer and a lot more in depth. And you know, it's going to be a challenge for schools to implement this. But again, a lot more due process for everybody involved with regard to the procedures under Title IX. GR, this one actually should be in the other section related to employees. I'll touch on it here in a second, just for a second. But it really kind of emphasizes our duty to contact law enforcement anytime suspected criminal conduct occurs. And I go over this with principals at the beginning of the year. We talk about during training during the year. This is critical that administrators know to report to, and it could be their school resource officer right there, could be to our law enforcement division working with the sheriff's office, law enforcement, so they can investigate situations and work in tandem with us. You know, we have an obligation under Title IX to review and investigate situations, but we will work with law enforcement to make sure that they are comfortable with us moving forward and doing our own investigation before we do one. JA is a policy that is a general non-discrimination policy, and when we talk about discrimination, harassment falls under discrimination under Title IX, and so it emphasizes that the district will allow and strives to have no discrimination whatsoever in the district, prohibits all forms, and has an equal opportunity for during the educational process for all students. All students. Administrative Rule CB, this was new about 3 or 4 years ago that we put in place. And the big takeaway from this administrative rule is that there is a very strict prohibition of any sort of retaliation for filing a claim of sexual harassment. All right, or any sort of claim, whether it be Title VI or bullying or whatever it might be. Any form of retaliation strictly prohibited. Okay. Also contains information in this administrative rule about the bullying hotline and other resources for students and for parents. JCDA, I just want to mention this because it's behavior code. Obviously, this more contemplates the idea between student-on-student sexual harassment. So I won't really go into great detail about that, but certainly that is prohibited both as a level 2 offense or a level 3 offense, depending on the circumstances, and certainly can end up and result in expulsion for a student. Now, these last two are important. You guys, I mean, they're all important, but these are two that you really focused on as a board a few years ago in the instructional section of the policies. The first one is the wellness and health education. Really talks about sexual health education and talking about curriculum that's designed to enhance students' knowledge about sexual harassment, enhance problem solving, coping, require schools to have instruction, as well as fostering a climate that would reduce the risk of violence, bullying, and sexual harassment. And also really talks about how the curriculum should strive to inform students of how to report, to recognize sexual harassment. And that's really gone into greater detail in policy IDBA, which you as a board revised a few years ago as well, which specifically mentions Aaron's Law. Aaron's Law is the critical state piece, sort of a companion to some extent to Title IX, Title IX being federal, Aaron's Law being the state, that really talks about sexual harassment, sexual assaults, and what that looks like, how to report it, how to identify it, and certainly that there's no place for it, no room for it in the school district of Greenville County. So that is a sort of an overview of several policies dealing with sexual harassment. Quick hits on each and every one of them. Stay within my allotted time, but I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Royster and Mr. Webb, for this work over time, the way it's evolved and improved and sent out the message that if there's anything we have zero tolerance for, it's the harm of a student by an adult in a school setting. And we've tried to actually present this at School Board Association the last 2 years, and because there were limits on the numbers of sessions, it didn't happen. And Mr. Webb, I encourage you to continue to submit that, because it is true to say that Greenville County is ahead in terms of its policy work on this matter of anyone else in the state. And I would love to see other districts be able to fill in some of their Title IX work to be more comprehensive in health and sexuality education, as we have done. I do want to ask, there's a slide where you say termination, other slides where you mention separation. And I know that I've made this point many times, and I want to say again that at one of the National School Board Association meetings I attended where lawyers were presenting, they said, you know, anytime you have a place where there are adults and children, abuse can occur, because if you find predators, they're not there for the teaching or for the any number of other types of organizations they may belong to, the church. They're there for the children if they're predators. So they will not mind losing a teaching certificate. What they mind is losing access to their victims, and they'll move on to something else, like the Y or Scouting or church or other things. And that happens with sexual predators, and we're trying to stop that. So the question is, and I think we're doing a really good job of separating, when you use the term separation from these people who we have reason to suspect are harming a child in this way. But how can we make sure that going beyond the teaching license being taken away, that they're at least understood to have been unacceptable to their prior employer, because if they're not caught red-handed by the law, which most of them aren't, and we know, you know, in recent examples and many others, if young people don't want to testify or are not able to, well, or they're afraid to, the adults can get off because of that, or because it's difficult to catch people red-handed in these situations. So a lot of times we have to go with judgment, and our burden is different when we're protecting children than what the burden of the police might be. So what can we do to make sure that when someone leaves here, we're sending along with them an understanding that they were unacceptable here, if we are not terminating them, but allowing them to resign?
So a couple of things. I think you mentioned a few very important aspects to this. Certainly, law enforcement would be contacted with regard to any sort of sexual harassment for them to do a thorough investigation, and whether they decide to press charges and there's enough evidence of that, that would be a law enforcement decision. Secondly, if it pertains to a certified employee, teacher, administrator, we have that obligation to report to the South Carolina Department of Education, who would then investigate, and they would take appropriate action and on that conduct. And any action they would take would be public. Okay, would be public. Any action on that certificate would be public. So that again would be open and obvious to anybody that would want to know. Thirdly, with regard to HR, I think it's fair to say that anybody who leaves our employment, for whether they're terminated or separated, is not based upon any sort of conduct regarding sexual harassment, will have, if a prospective employer contacts us, will have a negative reference. We would tell them that we would not hire them back. Okay, so that would be beyond a red flag. That would be a red flag on top of a mountain to a prospective employer. So that you have those three aspects to what are avenues in which sexual harassment, misconduct as a whole, would be either reported out and open to the public, or to future employers, to the Boy Scouts, to other organizations. All of that would be out there. But I will say this, that, I've been doing this 11, 12 years, doing a lot of employment law. And before that, I was a prosecutor dealing with a lot of different crimes, mostly violent, but some sex-based crimes as well. And I think as far as whether it's termination, separation, resignation, there are a lot of factors to consider. Okay. And I think it's important not to take a blanket approach for circumstances. There are some circumstances where termination would certainly be appropriate. Others that where victims might not want to testify or are in support, absolute support, that they just want this employee to resign and we still contact law enforcement and everything I've just discussed, that might be appropriate. But it's a case-by-case situation. And so, I know you've been to conferences and heard others talk. I will say that I bring to this job a prior law enforcement prosecutor perspective, as well as my current perspective, which I will deal with victims, I will deal with schools, employment aspects, all kinds, the whole spectrum of issues. So I can see perhaps a lot more than what other attorneys can see. And so my stance has been, let's not take a blanket approach. Let's take a case-by-case basis. And certainly we report out to everybody that we can report out to: law enforcement, South Carolina Department of Ed, prospective employers, and that's the important thing.
Okay, so I won't press on that too much right now, but I will say it seems to me that we don't exercise the termination option very readily within our set of options. And I just would like to say that I think that when you do terminate someone quickly and people hear and understand why, they read about it in the paper, they know there's a situation where a student may be harmed, I do believe that it would have the effect of deterring others who might think of coming here because they would understand how strict we are, whereas they may not see it as clearly if they don't know about it because it was kind of a quiet resignation. So to me, there's an advantage in making a public statement of that would serve as a deterrent. The other thing is, I'd like to make sure that we are asking the question of the State Department and bringing back to the board to say, here's how many of those we send to the State Department who actually have their licenses taken away. Because if they don't, then what? We don't do that lightly. So I'm hoping you would say 100% of them respond to us because they know we've done our investigations and dug into a situation, or we wouldn't have sent them there. But I hope the State Department is, fully exercising the removal of a license when we send someone.
I will tell you from my experience working with the State Department of Education, and they have a fantastic attorney who investigates now. They take any sort of sexual harassment, sex-based misconduct extremely seriously. And again, it doesn't have to result in the removal of a teaching certificate. It could be just a public reprimand, and it's still out in the public and to be known. Now, to your first point, I just want to clarify that, as far as, when you talk about the media and something being out to the public, whether an employee is terminated or resigned, we would not report. No one would report that to the media. What would be reported to the media is through a law enforcement action or something to that extent. So I guess my only, without going to specifics with regard to legal advice or anything beyond what I've already said, is, to me, as far as how conspicuous something is not going to change to the public or anyone else, and it's not going to turn on whether somebody resigns or is terminated.
I think it's helpful to know, you may not realize this because you probably wouldn't ordinarily see them. You can go on the State Department of Education website, the State Board of Education sub-site within that site, and you can read every decision they've ever made on any teacher revocation. Unlike an employment dismissal hearing where the teacher can request a closed hearing and you can release no information, every piece of information that we send to the State Department regarding revocation certification becomes public. So the circumstances in general, as we describe them, which we describe them to the State Department, is transmitted and becomes ultimately part of the public record. So anybody can go and read and see what that person did. One of the other things that you mentioned, were the process a quick termination, I might be more inclined to say that's what we ought to do, though there's some other reasons not to do that. Mr. Webb, don't listen to this part. You know, when attorneys get involved in things, they, particularly those that are being paid a fee to represent somebody, they're going to take every opportunity to defend their client in a manner that stretches this out as long as they can. And you can truly run into the situation where you have an employee accused of wrongdoing who has been charged by law enforcement, is being held in the detention center, and if they did not resign, we would be seeking a termination hearing, and they could receive extensions on that hearing because they're unable to attend the hearing in person. So they could still be on our payroll and sitting down there in the law enforcement center, still being paid by the taxpayer, even though we would have had certainly sufficient reason to recommend their dismissal or to terminate them if that could be done other than by action of the board. And for a continuing contract teacher in South Carolina, it can only be done by action of the board following all the due process steps. And just as they can request a hearing in private, the terminated employee could also request a hearing in public, which then could compel the witness, if they're of age, many of ours would be considered under the law of age, would require them to testify in an open hearing, just like testifying in open court. So there are a number. 18 or above. I'm sorry? If they're 18. I believe it would be 17. I don't know if the age of consent applies, but it would be 17. I'm sorry.
It would be 17.
Speak directly to
and to echo that and to piggyback on that, it would not end there. As I've told you in the past, another aspect to the cost and time of all of this would be that this could be appealed all the way to the circuit court, to the Court of Appeals, to the South Carolina Supreme Court, and which could take 2 to 3 years, if not longer. And I say all that to say this. Certainly victims, and Dr. Royster mentioned this as far as testifying, you know, you have the criminal aspect to it as far as getting them to testify and cooperating and be forthcoming, which can be very difficult given some of the nature of things. But certainly we would be talking with the victims, and like I mentioned earlier, victims are very supportive of separation of employment, and with all the other avenues of communication that we've discussed, then it's in the best light of for the situation for the victim, for the school district, and those involved.
Okay. Having ended my best shot at that, still don't agree, but I understand. I just, since in 22 years, I've never had anybody come to me as a board member with a hearing on that topic. It all seems rather speculative, and I would love to have had the opportunity to personally speak to some of those people who would have the audacity potentially to come and appeal a termination for those reasons. And I imagine they would be slinking away as fast as they could rather than coming in here to have that conversation. So my bet is on a different outcome. I understand what your bet is about that and why. And, but on the positive side, I just want to say what we have done is terrific. It's important. It's forward thinking and respectful of our students' and the adults who care for them in every way. But we always have work to do. And one of the strange reasons I think that we've seen so much more of this is the ability for people to develop communications secretly by the use of technology, which did not happen before. So every communication was very public and much more easily detected by those around them. But now a lot of things can happen in secret and those relationships can be developed. And I say to you, Mr. Webb, or whoever one day would be in this position, you know, as technology changes, our policy needs to keep up with that, because we've had, you know, I think that when we worked on this policy, there weren't so many apps where you could send something and it would immediately disappear. So, I mean, the technology almost makes it harder and harder to find these relationship building venues that are hard to see. So we have to remain diligent and continue through our education. That's what we're all about, and to educate students, first of all, about what is appropriate sexual, an appropriate sexual and personal boundary, and what to do if they're uncomfortable, and then allow those relationships to build so they do feel safe in telling. And the same education for teachers, so that they can, not just teachers, but all of our adults, to be able to say, no, that's not right. And no, I shouldn't make an assumption that it's just an accident. But hey, whether it's an accident or not is not my judgment to make. I just need to let the right person know to look into this in case there is something to it, and so on. But we've laid the foundation. This administration, Dr. Royster, his diligence toward it, and you, Doug, and all the rest of you in this board. And I'm just really proud to be able to go out on this third month of this effort to finally get to dig into this, and just to say, I'm really proud of what we've done and to have been a part of it. So thank you.
Thank you.
I think we'd be remiss, Dr. O'Connor, not to thank you for your leadership in this area and your dedication to ensuring that we are, as I think Doug mentioned and you mentioned too, through the work of this body, on the cutting edge of addressing this. I think not just in the state of South Carolina, I think probably we would be among the leaders nationally in addressing it. So thank you.
Else? Another question?
Yep, and we'll just move on to, that was only information only, but thank you, it was great information. And then I think what we'll do, Mr. Shamley, is you can finish up with 3.04, protecting students, instruction for students, and turn it over to Dr.
Yes, I'll have to leave a little bit early.
All right.
Turn over to Dr. Royster.
And I believe the lead on this part it will actually be Ms. Cap. Is that correct, or is it going to be? I'm sorry.
It's actually me.
Oh, so Jeff. I'm sorry. I thought it was Karen.
Thank you, Dr. Royster. This is the second part of continuation from last month's employee side. We're now doing the student side as was promised, as far as what we do to protect students. So Dr. Cristobal O'Connor mentioned a few minutes ago, and educating students. So we also have Andrea Bell here, who's our academics specialist for health and PE. And we have Ms. Shauna Galloway Williams, who's the Chief Executive Officer. You saw her last month as well, for the Julie Valentine Center. So she's going to help us out a little bit with some of the things they do. They're a great partner of ours, and we appreciate their partnership. And they've been helping us out a good bit with the virtual environment this year, because it is a very different environment. So we appreciate their willingness to work with us and provide the instruction they have been. So just for those of you who may not be aware, the Aaron's Law is specifically Section 593220B of the Comprehensive Health Education Act. This was implemented by us really back in 2015-16. At the time, Melissa Patterson was here, and myself kind of formed the process and the structure that we have now for Aaron's Law. And so it was implemented here in 2015-2016 for the first time. It is required instruction in sexual abuse, assault awareness, and prevention that's appropriate for each grade level. And it does begin in grades even as early as K4 all the way to 12. The emphasis there is on, of course, appropriateness for each grade level. And that's really where the Julie Valentine Center really helps us as well, finding those age-appropriate, grade-level-appropriate activities and instruction. Parents are notified, similar to the sex education lessons we do. They are notified that we are doing the Aaron's Law lessons each year. We do not provide the specific time for that. So it's a notification that it's going to happen at some point this year, and at some point that year, based on the schedule, that those lessons are delivered to students. Unlike the sexual education side, though, there is not an opt-out opportunity for Aaron's Law. This is required instruction by law for all of our students. The lessons are available at each school for parents to preview. Again, just similarly to the sex education materials, if a parent wants to come in and preview those, they are welcome to do that. So the lesson development, how those lessons are developed, Ms. Bell oversees 5 teachers for their district health education teachers. That is their sole job in the district, all prior teachers for the most part. They research, develop, and update this county's comprehensive health and safety program. And you can kind of see the things there that it includes. Those things include under their purview the K4 to 12th grade Aaron's Law lessons, and again, many times in conjunction with Julie Valentine Center. The 5th grade human growth and development lesson that we do. And in the middle school and high school sex ed, health and responsibility curriculum. So they develop those, they update those. In addition to, they also teach those things in the second bullet point that you see there, the 5th grade human growth and development lesson at all elementary schools, the 7th grade Aaron's Law lesson, and then the sexual health and responsibility at all the high schools. So they have developed and they have some teaching response. A large portion of their time is spent to actually teaching and going into schools. So the Aaron's Law development, as I mentioned already, Ms. Bell leads that effort for us in the academics department and is very closely worked with the Julie Valentine Center to create those lessons. Based on the units, the State Department does release units for us to go by. Now, we have certainly some things we have to add on. That's where Julie Valentine comes in to help us as well, but we do have some use from the State Department that we utilize. The lessons are reevaluated yearly. Again, that team I just mentioned before and some other committees that Ms. Bell runs to evaluate those. And really what we emphasize here is that last part, that students' connectability with the concept. We want to make sure, again, it's age appropriate, but the students know, particularly in the younger grades, what we're referring to, what we're talking about, what's inappropriate to what Dr. Ball O'Connor was mentioning a few minutes ago. What is inappropriate contact or inappropriate sexual contact, inappropriate physical contact? So kids can start recognizing that at a very early age. And then lessons are shared with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office so they know what lesson has been taught. As you know, certainly when we do lessons, there is reports of possible sexual abuse that have to be investigated. So it helps the Greenville law enforcement, it helps them to know what has been taught as they do their investigation. So it's a great partnership we also have with them. So at the elementary level, the mandatory training is conducted by Julie Valentine, and Shonda's going to talk a little bit about that here in a minute as well. It's conducted in August. It is for all new elementary counselors that we would hire, and it is mandatory for all elementary counselors every 3 years. That refresh training, so they're constantly up on the latest and delivering that quality instruction. The lessons in elementary are taught by the school counselor. As you know, they go into the classroom. Their sole job as a counselor at the elementary level is to go and deliver classroom lessons aside from their counseling responsibilities. And school counselors teach one lesson per grade level in small groups. The middle school lesson delivery in 6th and 8th grade, it's taught through our health and PE classes by our PE teachers who are also trained. That's done through and during the sex health and character education curriculum. Very similarly to the counselors at elementary, it is mandatory training for all new PE teachers every year. and then mandatory training for all PE teachers every 3 years. So once again, making sure they have the latest information to deliver to the students. The 7th grade is the only a little bit of anomaly. It is taught by our district health teachers as one of the lessons coordinated through the science classes. So they are in the schools already delivering those sex ed lessons that we do. That many of you remember used to be delivered through Rubber Mountain. So that when we changed all that, this is now tacked onto that while they're in the schools. And then high school is taught by our district health teachers again, those 5 that we talked about, through the sexual health and responsibility program. And it is coordinated through the PE classes. So they help us coordinate that. And this year we've had the added challenge, I guess, with the Greenville County virtual program. We've had certain nuances, certainly we've been working through with Julie Valentine, particularly for our full-time virtual kids, the full 5 days a week virtual students. So I'm not going to read through all those. That's just the Aaron's Law lesson overview. You can see that one lesson that you want lesson is delivered for each grade level by level, elementary, middle, and high. Obviously, that increases by age appropriateness as you move up through the elementary, middle, and high school programs for our students. So you can kind of see what those topics are there. Yes, I'll let you take your pictures. So I'm going to ask Ms. Galloway Williams if she'll talk a little bit about the Julie Valentine Center and how they interact with us and the lessons they deliver to our schools.
Sure. Thanks again for the opportunity to be here. And again, we appreciate this partnership that we have had with the district in providing educational programming. Again, we've been providing programming since 1991. The programs that primarily that we have been providing at the elementary level have been to the 2nd and 4th graders, and those are our Talk About Touching programs. Those programs are specifically about personal safety of all kinds, but in particular, they do talk about private touching. Really, we emphasize the idea that a tricky person could be any person. It doesn't necessarily introduces the idea that that someone that can harm a child doesn't necessarily have to be a stranger, because we know that 90% of the time children are abused by someone they know, they love, and they trust. So we introduce that idea very early on that tricky people can be people who use bribes, tricks, and threats to entice them. And so our programs just build upon that knowledge from the elementary programs that we provide in 2nd and 4th grades to the middle school sexual harassment. And in middle school, we're really focusing right now on cyber safety. As was mentioned previously, technology has made it incredibly easy for offenders to access children. So we are working really closely to make sure that children know how to keep safe. In all of our programs, again, they are developmentally appropriate, and they are not specifically citing acts of abuse. They are really talking about particular situations that may be unsafe and how to identify those and what to do if you are in one of those situations. And then our high school programs focus on sexual harassment and sexual violence. Again, as the children get older, the programming gets more specific in terms of what types of abuse we are educating them about. And again, the point of all of this is to prevent this from happening so that children can identify unsafe situations and be able to prevent these things from happening. But inevitably, what happens is children that have already been impacted by abuse realize through these programs that what's happened to them is something that they need to tell about or report. And that's when those reports happen. So the idea that we are also educating professionals and how to respond to this at the same time that we are educating the students is a great way to make sure that we are duly protecting everyone that's involved. Currently, all of those programs are being converted to electronic content, and we're working very closely with Andrea on being able to increase access to those programs. The next slide shows how many schools and participants we had in the 2018-19 and 2019-20 school years. Obviously, the numbers got a little bit lower in some of the areas in 2019 and 20. You can see that they were actually up in the middle schools in terms of the number of participants. In 2018-19, I'll mention that that was the first time that we were ever able to provide our programming to all 25 middle schools. So that was something we're really proud of. But those numbers reflect the number of students that participated in the programs as well as the number of schools. So it does show in this slide that we don't always provide our programming in every single school. At present, that is up to the principal of that school or guidance to request us to come in, but we are working again, especially now in the virtual environment. We're working very closely on a way to provide access to the entire, all of the schools through this content.
And I think this is your discussion.
Yeah, and I would just say that's kind of where we are right now, is working more closely on enhancing our virtual modules, and very specifically wanting to work on how we can get this content to those 25,000 or so students that are in the virtual learning environment. So that's what we are currently working on, with the idea that we would hopefully be able to push that out in second semester. And there are just a few little nuances that we're working out in terms of making sure that the kids are safe. It's a little bit different in providing this content to children who are taking this in at home, in the sense that for some of these kids, the person that may be causing them harm may be in the household with them. So how do we address that? And then how do we protect confidentiality of students sharing information with us or with their teacher in that environment? So we're still working on all of those logistics with this team here, and that's kind of where we are right now.
And I'll just say too that that's not unique. The virtual environment brings, as many of our teachers will tell you, they feel like they're on a stage during the virtual environment, because it's like inviting your parents to come to school with you and sitting beside you all day in school. That's what virtual teaching is like at home. So as Shauna said, we're working through some of those things. We want our students to get this information, but we want them to feel safe. And we would never want parents to, or other parents to, who may be listening, to make judgments about another kid's question they may have on the live chat. So we're just working on how do we deliver this in such a way that we're protecting that confidentiality, but we're also making sure the kids have the information they need. And if they're in a situation that they are unsafe or being abused, that they have a way to reach out to us, and we still are able to intervene like we do in the physical environment and the schools. So I think that was the last slide for questions.
Thank you for the partnership with Julie Valentine Center. It's awesome, and I appreciate it so much. I know we all do. One of the things I wanted to ask you, Ms. Galloway, we talked about the value of in-person conversations, and in fact, our group, Ms. Parson Fair and Ms. Bush, we brought forward the request to the administration to have more in-person training with teachers. And I know that Ms. Bell, we talked about it during the interviews that we had with some of the teachers who were saying that it really is not as effective when you're watching a video as if you are in the room able to share experiences, and it kind of grows, and your learning grows, and your safety grows, and you're able to accomplish a lot more in person. And we talked about the goal of at least having new teachers be on that rotation as counselors for when they come in, and then maybe every third year. So it's a little bit discouraging in some way to know that we're having to shift now toward more online, but I understand the purpose and audience is a little different. But let's just talk a little bit about how this would go after COVID, because I'm assuming that we're only trying to continue our outreach, recognizing the limitations of that online during COVID, but that the in-person conversation is the priority that we would return to. So anybody?
I can say that the having these lessons in the brick and mortar in person is our priority, but we also recognize that there will be some sense of a virtual program from here on out, and not losing those students and providing it to those students. So when we talk about pushing these lessons out and looking at it from a virtual standpoint, it is to reach those students that will not be in our schools. Those students in our schools, we're going to continue to go into those, have those in person, because you're exactly right. this is one of those lessons that you can get a lot more out of those face-to-face conversations, and even in the smaller groups versus in large auditoriums and things like that where there's a lot more distraction. And so that is still there, and that's still our priority. But now it's just making sure that we're reaching all of our students at home, virtually, or in the buildings.
And Ms. Galloway, I believe that you talked to Ms. Bush and I that you do have the capacity to do more in-person training. If we did move toward having at least first-year teachers on a rotation of in-person training, is that correct, that without additional charge?
Yes, and there's no charge to the district for our services. That is part of our partnership and our community work, and it's funded by programmatic funds that allow us to be able to do that without charge. And yes, we could meet that capacity. And if we got to a point where we couldn't, then we certainly would have justification to increase or enhance our staff size. But currently, we can meet the capacity and the need, and that would always be our goal. As long as there's a demand for our services, this is part of our strategy to continue with that partnership. And our goal is to ensure that our programming is accessible to every student in Greenville County and every teacher or professional that wants that service. Yeah. So
if you're a new teacher, can you talk a little bit about how this is, the nature of this topic is important to be able to have in those in-person conversations versus somebody just saying, this is what it looks like. I mean, just help us see what it would be like in person versus looking at the video for teachers.
Right. So in-person training is always the ideal for anyone working, particularly in child protection. It's definitely the ideal to be able to access that because you can talk through personal examples, you can ask questions, you can access, it's not just reading from the content. And I think even the virtual modules that we're creating would have some type of opportunity for that type of interaction as well. I also will say that as we are learning more, as we've been in this period of time longer, we are learning how to do more experiential training virtually and can incorporate some of that into some of the work we're doing as well. So I foresee, like Andrea mentioned, that this is going to be part of how we work indefinitely, even when we return to face-to-face teaching and training and all of that. But I think that we'll have a lot of additional ways to build out our opportunities. So yeah, I think it absolutely is ideal to do the face-to-face instruction versus, clicking through a PowerPoint slide or presentation. And I'll say that that's not really what we're looking to create. That's not really what the modules are like. Even looking at updating and training teachers and faculty as well and giving them opportunities. There are ways to incorporate experiential exercises or role plays even in the virtual environment that could enhance some of those current those current presentations that don't involve like a group setting. Yeah. I mean, just to give an example, in our work in child protection, we've been training forensic interviewers and how to do mock forensic interviews virtually. So you have an actor in one place, you have the interviewer in another place, and you have your faculty in a totally different setting. And I think we're doing that they're doing that in law schools, they're doing that in medical training too. So there are lots of ways that we can incorporate that into what we're doing as well. But I will say, obviously, the ideal is always in person. There's something to the connection, even, of us being in this room together. Yeah.
Oh, would you tell the story? Because I'm afraid I'll get the numbers wrong, but when you were first able to have that 7th grade health training that included this component of preventing sexual grooming, exploitation, and abuse. And suddenly the number who came forward and reported, in my mind, that number was 700. Is that a possible number for students who said that they would, they had something happen in their lives that they felt they needed to tell someone about in the 7th grade? Ms. Bush and I kept.
Yes, it was the numbers have been around 150 to 175 each year. And that is my 7th grade, my health teachers go in and do the 7th grade Aaron's Law lesson. And so previous to that, students have had 5th grade, they've had it with their school counselor once a year. And then 6th grade, they had it with their PE teacher. And then 7th grade is where our district health teachers would go in, and there would be a pull-out assignment. It wouldn't be associated with PE, different environment, and a teacher that they'd never seen before. And so I think that there are a couple of different factors that possibly contributed to that. One of those being that at that age, they finally were kind of able to make that connection between, what is being taught and, is this going on at home? Is this going on? So they're making that connection. Also, we have found that students, especially with topics that they're not as comfortable with, would prefer to have that with teachers that they know they're never going to see again. It's a little bit easier. So I think that a lot of things contribute to that, but it does reinforce why we need to be in there, why we need to have the lessons, and why we need to do it in the best way that the kids feel most comfortable, and that we can get these results and that we can help them.
With the teachers who had that specific training, they were able to reach students differently. But what I recall is that there was a dramatic increase once we offered that. And I wanted to make the point that sometimes it's a good thing to have the numbers go up, because it shows that students have been able to feel comfortable reporting, not that it's happening more often, but that we've given an opportunity for them to come forward in a safe setting to tell about it. So wasn't there like a big bump once you started offering that in a more comprehensive way in the 7th grade that you're describing with those? That's maybe 3 or 4 years.
We started doing it 5 years ago, the 7th grade Aaron's Law lesson, when our students stopped going to Roper Mountain Science Center.
Okay.
I believe it was 5, it might have been more than that.
It was a little longer than that since we stopped the lessons at Roper Mountain. This was 15-16 when we implemented the first Aaron's Law lessons, which I believe Ms. Patterson would have been.
Yes, but I believe it was about 7 years ago that we stopped going to Roper Mountain.
Yeah, that one particular lesson is the one where we get the most disclosures. And I think part of that is developmentally related. Just the age of those kids, like you said, they're at that age where they are they're putting all the pieces together, and they have the information in front of them from the educators and the teachers also. The educators also know what to do. So it's all of those things coming together, which again shows all of the planning that goes into that ahead of time really pays off.
And I will say that we've actually rearranged our schedule, have continued, and we're planning to still be in the buildings. We're going to do it at the end of the year in order just to get the 7th grade Aaron's Law in, because we know the importance of it. So usually we do it in October, and because of COVID and things like that, it's not something we're ready to, we'll just catch them next year. We're continuing. So we're still going to do that. We'll be in every middle school beginning in February and carry us through May.
Thank you.
Okay. You finished? Okay. Let's go into Marson Fair.
I just have a couple of questions. In each school, you have 5 teachers that are responsible, and that's your accountability piece. Or those are your go-to people for the students in that school?
So we have 5.
This is district. I think you're talking about this slide here.
Yes, we have 5 district health teachers that go around to all of the schools. They go to every high school for sex ed, for the sex ed curriculum. They go to every middle school to do the one lesson in 7th grade, and then they go to all the elementary schools to do the 5th grade human growth and development.
And I just want to make a comment about what Mr. McCoy said. especially when you're doing it virtually. Some of the people who you want do not want to be involved, might be people in the home. And so I appreciate you horning in on that piece, because I think that's a lot of area, and probably a great area that we have not gotten into, but especially for the younger students. And I wanted to ask you about what other success stories can you share with other districts that you have partnered with? And that's my last question. Yes.
Which piece, Ms. Morrison Fair, about the Aaron's Law specific, or with our partnership with Julie Valentine?
Were you talking about schools, or were you talking about?
Yes, what other districts have you partnered with? I know you're partnering with Greenville County. Have you partnered with any other districts with your program, and what success stories can you share?
So because we serve Greenville and Pickens County primarily, most of our focus has been with Greenville County. Now we worked with the State Department of Ed very early on with the Aaron's Law development of their curriculum and the revision of the health education standards. So Julie Valentine Center has been involved with that. So specifically though, our work has really been with Greenville County School District in terms of our prevention programming.
Thank you. Ms. Bush?
Yes, well, Crystal covered a lot of the questions that I had, but I did want to thank you, Julie Valentine Center, for the partnership that we have, because we try to be our best, but you have definitely added to Greenville County being the best and being a leader, as we've had the reputation in most everything in this state of going above and beyond what we are required to do, and especially in this area. I think I have been on the Sex Ed Advisory Committee for 22 years now. And so I've seen a lot change, and I've seen so much improvement, and that's been a thanks to this board being dedicated toward it, our community partnerships being dedicated toward it, Ms. Bale, and all of the things that kind of get put in that category of PE teacher, that it hasn't just been relegated to the, oh, well, that's just something we've got to do, and that department has shown a real dedication to making sure we have policies and practices in place that protect our students and protect our employees. So I just want to thank everybody for working together, and hopefully we will continue to share what has been successful with the South Carolina School Boards Association, and share it with our other districts throughout South Carolina, and maybe someday at some point we'll give Crystal a call and say, come down out of the mountains and join us, because we're going to have a workshop you might be interested in this weekend at the School Boards Association. And I want to thank her also for her commitment and dedication to this item, and knowing that you will never know how many lives that this has impacted, and everyone that has worked hard on this. I can't imagine any district not wanting to do the most that they could do for our most vulnerable, but knowing that we have done that at the end of the day, when we go home as a board and as administrators, that we have done everything that we could possibly do to protect our children. It gives you a really good feeling. So again, thank you very much. And I look forward to continuing Dr. O'Connor's dedicated work on this item. Thank you.
Well, thank you all. First of all, Ms. Galloway Williams, I cannot thank you enough. I think this is your second meeting. The next thing you know, you're going to be running for school board. So,
I'd like to put that on the record.
Now you know what it's like, and so we're just trying to break you in a little bit, okay? But thank you so much for partnering with us and doing so much work and making this a great final hoorah for for Dr. Cristobal O'Connor. Also, Ms. Bell, thank you so much for play a major part and continuing to play a major part in this. And just because we're finished here doesn't mean that we're finished. This is just the beginning. So I look for brighter and greater things to happen for all of us. And Dr. Cristobal O'Connor, I thank you for your leadership, and Ms. Glenda Morrison-Fair, as well as Ms. Bush, for serving on this committee and doing some great things. And
I thank you for saying that, and I just would be remiss if I didn't step up and say one sentence, which is thank you to those brave people who helped teach me how to be an advocate for this.
Well, good. And thank the district for really going beyond the call of duty. Doug, thank you. And with that being said, this was information only. And so we have completed this. And now it's time for you to chair grounds. I'm ready. And I'm going to tell you, that's a really exciting
the Colonel and I
topic after leaving this one.
The Colonel and I are ready for the next topic. And I'd like to know your thoughts on what we've been discussing.
Oh, Lord.
When you arrived. Oh, I was just seeing if you were listening. Thank you so much.
Bye, y'all. Thank you.
It is time for the facilities portion of our agenda, and I will turn it over to Dr. Royster to manage this Colonel up there.
Thank you, Dr. O'Connor. Colonel Conlon is here. I don't think he has a report necessarily, but answer any question you have. And I believe that you would report that all of our major projects are on time and on budget. Would that be correct?
That would be correct. Can you hear me?
Yes. You certainly answer any questions you all might have.
Ms. Grayson, so glad you have a question for your party.
So we have 2 lay rooms that we're currently working on. Dr. Royster is anticipating a proposal for the remainder of those this month that will come back to him after we've done our due diligence at the other schools. And at that time, hopefully we'll be able to push forward with the remainder of the projects. Again, the time frame we're looking at is spring of 2022 to complete these first couple of phases. So I have every confidence that we'll be able to do that. Well, started as in turning dirt. I would hope that we could. I'd be reticent to give you a timeline on that because each project will go differently. But I anticipate that we will see progress going on between the first of the year and the summer on hopefully all the remainders in those first 2 phases. Let's see.
Blue Ridge was in what would be, I guess, phase 1A. The issue with Blue Ridge, and I believe it's the same issue with, I think there are 2 of them, where the school preferred to have it is right on top of all the underground utilities coming into the building. And so that site's just not workable. And they've had to go back and try to find a more workable site.
Correct. Well, we've got a couple of options that we're going to be bringing back to the superintendent, and then hopefully we'll get a final decision at that time.
One of the directives that I gave to them was I wanted to connect it to the building if at all possible. So that's why they had to go back. But where they would like to have it is not possible because of all the underground utilities.
Okay, well, that's great. To the extent that we can keep those kids from getting wet and cold when they're all sweaty, I would appreciate it. And that is my part in shot. Thanks.
Okay, go ahead. Ms. Goodwin call. Let me do it, Lynn.
I was getting ready to adjourn.
A greenhouse, number one, they got to have an ag program.
Okay.
All the greenhouses we have right now, with the exception of, I believe there is one at West Greenville, which is part of the occupational program there for special needs students. Every other greenhouse that we have is directly related to an ag program. The exception would be West Greenville, and I believe there's one at Roper Mountain. Bryson Middle School has an ag program and a greenhouse. And Jeff, do you recall the others? That's the one that immediately comes to mind. Okay.
Ms. Bush? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, she can go ahead.
You did. Sorry, I think I saw you wave earlier, but I saw him after that. So you guys, I apologize. Whoever was next. Debbie, he's letting you go. I have a concern from some community members about a Piedmont Natural. Okay. I have a concern about a Piedmont natural gas line in the northern part of the county that is coming across. Well, they're trying to get permission to come across. I think it's like a 10-mile property rights that could possibly be coming across the Gateway Elementary School. And my understanding it is a you know what I'm talking about. I see
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Royster shaking his head. And
Carl
have we give the
may know more recently than I do. The first approach, we were approached by Piedmont Natural Gas wanting a right of way across the property at Gateway. Some of you may remember, others may not. There are two endangered plant species on the property at Gateway Elementary School. One's a bunched arrowhead. I don't remember the name of the second one, I'm sorry. It is in lesser quantity than the bunched arrowhead. So the first attempt to, or approach to us was property that it would affect that plant, and we advised them of that. Since then, I know they're pursuing other avenues. Have they been back to us since that initial conversation?
They have not officially. They sent us some paperwork to take a look at. Webb's taking a look at it. That would allow them to come on our campus and look at a proposed route. We're going to meet with them and let them take a look and come back with a proposal. But obviously, we wouldn't, make any decisions unless that was properly vetted.
And then ultimately, any request for right of way would have to come back to the board, or have to come to the board for the board's approval.
And I think that the concern, which I'm sure it would also involve this endangered species of plants, but I think their concern and the community's concern is that it is a high pressured, more than larger gas line. And so I just wanted to make sure. I know that those things come to us, but sometimes they come to us in the routine fashion through our agenda set of this is just a property easement. It's going to take 5 minutes and there's not, and I just want to make sure that we stay on top of being aware that the community, I understand a lot of property owners that are opposed to this right of way and this line being put in there. And
we've heard from a couple. One I heard from one of the folks that's very heavily involved in protecting, safeguarding environmental issues in the county. And the other was a property owner that had the second concern that you mentioned, which was the fact it's a high pressure gas line. And to the best of my recollection, there was no proposed benefit to the school district For the location of that line.
That we're aware of, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lewis?
I just wanted to assure my colleagues from Blue Ridge that we will continue to focus on the weight room even in her absence. And just as a point of privilege, just looking at the two of you and thinking about the decades-long commitments that both of you have had on this board and this district, I just wanted to say thank you to both of you. It's been a real privilege to serve with you both. I've learned an incredible amount about policy and advocacy and persistence. And I just know that there will be opportunities to thank you privately, but wanted that on the record. So thank you.
Colonel, ask you a question about Summit. Were we involved in putting that circle around where Stone Lake Pool is? Because
mini roundabout.
oh my goodness, I wish you could. I wish they could give instructions to cars on how to move through that, because it has caused more issues. But did we have a say in that?
No, ma'am. We were aware of their plans to do that, and we're actually in some discussion with the city right now about how we handle the entrance to the back of Summit Drive.
Right.
For our campus. But no, we were not involved in the decision making on that structure or the intersection.
Coming out of the back way of the new Summit Elementary when you're leaving.
The plan at this point is not to exit out that direction. It's a one way.
But you're going to go in that way.
That's correct.
So therefore, there's a stop sign before or after. Remember where that sign. You just go in, and that stop sign is going to keep children from crossing the road in an interesting way, correct?
There is going to be a crosswalk at that intersection, and I'm trying to remember if it's on the north side or the south side. But again, the intent is to have that a one-way in, and then people will exit out on the Summit Drive side.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. But it is if you've never had a lot of experience with roundabouts, that particular one is a long vehicle and stuff.
It's so interesting, and it's very narrow, and people really don't know who's supposed to go. And if they would just follow the flow, it would move very nicely. It is what it is. Thank you.
Ma'am.
Is everything going okay with Fountain Inn right now?
Yes.
Good.
It is. Again, the strange thing to us is, and Dr. Oyster's asked me it on a number of occasions, is how is COVID affecting us? And although we've had some impact on some smaller projects, we're not really experiencing on the bigger ones right now. As a matter of fact, we think it may have provided some cost benefit on a couple of the projects.
Would you make sure to take really good care
Ma'am.
of Fountain Inn High School student? Thank you.
Ma'am.
And before I turn it back over to Ms. Levent as well, thank you, Mr. Lewis, for what you said. I just want to say that when I look at the portraits and then the man sitting here, having the wonderful privilege of having known and loved the prior superintendents and this one, Dr. Gordon, Dr. Harner, Dr. Fisher, Dr. Oyster, it's just been such a privilege, and all the people who work in this district to make it what it is, and the families and the children and this board. I just have loved every minute of the 22 years I've been related to the district, and still hope to keep my connections, and just want anybody out there who's listening, I love all you people. Thank you.
So now that Dr. Cristobal O'Connor is running for another public position, no, I'm joking.
No, don't joke about that.
I would really like to thank both Ms. Grayson, Dr. Cristobal O'Connor, and also I'm sorry that Mr. Shamley left. He had another meeting, but thank you for your commitment to education and always looking out for the students, the teachers, the classrooms, and the people in our community. You've always put everyone first. Joy, you've worked diligently on making a difference in that Blue Ridge area. And I cannot thank you enough because you are a behind the scenes person, never takes credit for anything, but you are a brilliant woman and you will be missed, but you will not be forgotten because I will continue to call on you because I wish I had half of your brain cells. If I had half of your brain cells, I'd be a very intelligent person.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I promise not to change my cell phone number.
Well, thank you. And also, Dr. Crystal Ball O'Connor, thank you for all that you've done for the district, for everything you've done for everyone. You've made a difference. You'll continue to make a difference, just as both of you leaders will continue to make differences. And I'm sure we will hear from you often, and we embrace it and look forward to it. And with that being said, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor, please address by saying aye. All opposed? The motion carries. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much. All right.
What's the gym? Short and sweet.
No, the fact that you said that